Sorry, Leute. Nun dann, machen wir weiter. Sorry. The lead task was led by the commander will be responsible for deploying the node, while construct teams will be responsible for protecting the node in terrorism. Hopefully, all 8-bit domain nodes will be deployed. That's the ideal situation. Was ist mit meiner Streaming-Software los? Warte mal. Warte mal kurz, Leute. Ich muss sogar was testen. Es ist echt scheiße mit Stream und Player. Nun dann, fahren wir weiter. However, Babylonia needs at least 3-bit domain nodes to be successfully deployed in order to obtain accurate enough coordinates. If you have any questions, please raise them now and Asimov will explain the details to you. No questions. Or any other questions? Alright, there's just one more thing I'd like to add. Unlike when the red tide was found in the city 075, the consistency is more like running water than thick mud this time. We aren't sure why. Regardless, all you need to know is that the concentration in volatility God, ich weiß nicht, wie man das ausspricht, of the red tide are significantly less than what it was before. Only when the red tide rises will the punching wise concentration reach the equivalent found on dead zones. According to monitoring reports, low tide concentrations within the range of normal punching zones. This is one of the reasons why the Raycon team failed to notice that the red tide had moved. Thankfully, however, this means that the protective devices enhanced by the science council on such short notice are sufficient for working in proximity to the red tide for the duration of the mission. However, it's for only a short duration. Avoid close contact with the red tide after landing, especially during high tide. It should surface. Seems like everyone fully understands the mission and the gravity of our dilemma. This presents an important opportunity for Babylon to launch an attack. However, we need to change orbit and reduce altitude to accommodate the attack, which put us at risk of intersecting the network of corrupted satellites. As such, our anti-air defenses won't allow us to remain in position for very long. Similarly, your mission is not to annihilate hetero cockroaches, but to deploy the bit domain nodes. Nodes are particularly difficult to deploy, but in a strategic sense, this mission is crucial. Requires a high degree of collaboration and team awareness from all of you. Avoid head-on confrontations and needless acts of heroism that do not otherwise serve the success of the mission. Our top priority is to protect nodes until Babylon receives the coordinate data. I know that the commanders of the task force present are among the most elite. I do not question your ability. However, this operation neither personal heroism nor compatibility. What matters most are judgment and decision making for the overall benefit of the mission. Most of you are used to fighting solely with your own team, so with this operation only, I have specifically arranged Hans to act as the chief commander for the collaboration operation at ground level. Hassan slightly turns to one side, silver-haired man standing behind Hassan and stands silent since being steps forward and salutes. Yes, Mr. President. Some of the other team's captains present show a faint expression of confusion on how an elderly man, seemingly a few years older than even Hassan, is serving as the chief commander for such an important mission. For safety reasons, only the commander of each task has the authority to deploy that bit domain node. Please make accurate judgment and verify with Chief Commander Hans before activating your bit domain node to ensure that Babylonia receives the most accurate coordinates. The rise and fall of the red tide will greatly affect the real-time topographic changes within the combat zone. There may have already been significant changes within the duration of this meeting. In case of emergency, please follow the Chief Commander's Hans orders. This concludes our mission briefing. As previously stated, give priority to my command. Don't question my judgment. Obeying orders is the first requirement of a soldier. Up to false about an orders will let me down. With that is Sorgen disappears in the Transportcraft. Nun, wenn uns Befehle gibst, die wirklich bescheuert sind oder uns in den Tod nehmen, dann sind wir gezwungen, so ziemlich auseinanderzunehmen. So wie jeden Arschloch, der irgendwie bescheuerte Befehle uns gegeben hat in dem Game. Whereas the following is slightest by everyone cannot help but breathe as collect a sigh of relief. Others from the other constant team can be heard nearby. Have you met Chief Commander Hans? No, but he looks older than the President. Isn't he a bit old for going out on the front line? Who knows? Don't write off the Chief Commander Hans so easily. There must be a reason why the President arranged for this. Commander-in-Chief Hans was born in the Golden Age. He experienced the post-millennium anti-Arcadia vocation firsthand. After that, he continued to work in the Center for Combat Intelligence as one of its commanders. I didn't expect that this operation would need someone of his caliber to join us. I'm sure he's seen his fair share of warfare and bloodshed, just like the President. He's bound to be strict on orders. Don't take to heart what just happened. Right about me, Lee? I just don't want my command to worry about such trivial matters. This personal information is not confidential and can be accessed directly in the archives. There's nothing worth talking about in private. Smiling nodded Lee. You glanced to the side of Lucia, who was staying out of the porthole. Lucia? Boys, Commandant. What are you looking at? I'm just looking at the same thing you were, Commandant. The sunrise? Yes. We weren't just lost in the thought, were you? What were you thinking about? Oh mein Gott, wer hat es wieder geschrieben? Think about. What were you thinking about, Commandant? Sunrise at low orbit looks completely different than it does on the surface. Is that what you were thinking? Mm-hmm. Last year, let's a burly visitor smile. Oh, cute. I'm finally beginning to understand what you're thinking, Commandant. It's so bright. It's even overloading my visual components. In law of urban Babylonia please run revolution around the earth in approximately 2 hours. Sorry for my English. Such a sunrise occurs more than 12 times a day. All residents of Eden-born space have long accustomed to such spectacle. The rising and setting of the sun known as symbols of hope. Day and night are no longer imagined 24-hour cycles. People must rely on other ways to define their day. How much longer? How much longer until landfall? 300 kilometers is not that far, looking down from this side. The entirety of the blue planet is no longer in view, only the changing surface. The red-tinted earth, the blue ocean, running storm clouds along the tropics dancing in the stratosphere, quietly shrouding the earth. Some peculiar reason, as the distance gets closer and closer, the haunting sense of emptiness gradually disappears. This is not going to but return to earth. This is not going to but return to earth. Upon arrival, everything will once again carry its intended meaning. It is the cradle of all life, and the home for which all life will return. Wer ist eigentlich Chrome's Commandant? Attention passengers, the aircraft will begin to decelerate and reduce orbital altitude. Reverse thrust will reignite in 15 seconds. Rapid deceleration will generate 2 Gs of force. Please fasten your seatbelts. And have a nice flight, ladies and gentlemen. Broadcast on the Anti-Consign halts all external news thoughts. Alter, wie lang ist die Cutscene? Sit upright and firmly grip the handrails. Sudden force pushes the crew firmly against the spot, and any padding of the seats. The overwhelming pressure stains their eyes, hearts, and bodies. But this oppressive force and restraint completely dispel all previous unprovoked confusion. Here we go. Lassen wir den Horror beginnen. Selena. Oh my, wait, no. Ich werde den Cube eh nicht aufleveln. Zu viel Verschwendung. A descent waste and jagged rock formation shot out of the ground through which the red tide flows. Wangshi squats on the towering rock formation. The red tide quietly trickles below. Although the tide here occasionally swells, it's not an unstoppable force like previous accounts in the city ruins. Occasionally he sees strange debris, rusty metal, shredded rubber, and even pale animal bones filling the red acre. There doesn't seem to be any fear in Wangshi, he just lets out a big yawn instead. How much longer do I gotta wait? Oh mein Gott, sein Design ist richtig gut. Holy shit, das ist mir guter Design. On the rock surface of the rock, there's not a flight, enough space to place the tripod for a sniper rifle. Well, the latest information should have been uploaded to Babylonia. What's taking them so long? I don't know what's going on with the captain either. No one is left to do all the recon work here. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they don't dispatch any reinforcements, this place is gonna... The red tide tributary had only just reached the surface of this place 24 hours ago. But now, aside from only the tailets of rocks, the entire area has been completely flooded. Fortunately, the red tide is only quietly flowing and not surging out of control. The rock on which he stands still towers high above. The inward device and brake equipment is strengthened by the support force on such short notice, enabling him to make observations from... For fuck's sake! And aiming to make observations from a safe distance without fear of corruption. However, this cannot continue much longer if it was only in sparse with tide really not long ago. Now it has completely inundated to the area. Even if he proceeds with caution, he's better off leaving this area sooner rather than later. Not only is the punishing virus concentration rising, the red tide also brings life to the punishing virus. Das ist super. Das haben wir noch gebraucht. Red tide surging below the truck is a breeding ground for hedgehog creatures. Large, red crystal clusters like reeds and shrubs surrounded the ticking tide. Red creatures with various shapes and sizes pass between them. These creatures are neither corrupted machines nor constructs. These hedgehog creatures glowing with red are merely vestiges of life and of life on Earth that have been devoured by the red tide. On the riverbank bank, Wangshi catches a glimpse of motionless stone suddenly crack as four limbs protrude from within. Wangshi's bionic skin quickly calculates the current wind speed. 1.6 meters per second, wind blowing from 4 o'clock. A sniper scope should move with a notch right to compensate for the wind. Slightly leaning to the side, the crosser of the narrow scope moves on 1 mil to the right. Ready, aim, fire, bullseye. The bullet releases from the chamber, landing a direct hit on the hedgehog creature. The creature collapses on the ground, is in pain, then becomes limp and lifeless. Soon after, the opening red tide claims it to nutrients for the hedgehog creatures to spawn from within. There's no end to them. Setting down his sniper rifle, wangshi takes out his rangefinder binoculars and looks in the direction of the extending tributary. His rock is about 10 meters in height, without obstacles and regardless of meteorological conditions. The maximum distance that can be visually measured should be. Wangshi closes his eyes for a brief second before arriving at the conclusion. 17 kilometers. 17 kilometers. Oh mein Gott, wie auch immer. Ihr wisst, wie ich es meinte. However, the rangefinder can no longer see the end of the tributary. In other words, the red tide tributary currently flowing below is extending at a speed of more than 70 kilometers a day. Looks like this is no laughing matter. He puts away the rangefinder and stands up. Suddenly, a deafening roar of motors rumbles in the sky above. Wangshi quickly looks up, he startles, the eyes suddenly open wide. Huh? I don't believe it. Shooting stars aren't visible during the day, but in Wangshi's golden eye he sees the vivid reflection of a metallic meteor followed by a long trail of black smoke as it descends to Earth. Attention passengers! The aircraft will begin to decelerate and reduce orbital altitude. Burst of thrusters will ignite in 15 seconds. The rapid deceleration will generate 2 Gs out of force. Please fasten your seatbelts and have a nice day. Attention passengers, the aircraft is approaching the ionosphere, entering communication blackout for 67 seconds. All departments have switched to onboard wire communication. Attention passengers, the aircraft is approaching the mesosphere, preparing to shut down the aerosphere engine and switch to aircraft engine. Please fasten your seatbelts and brace for turbulence. Attention passengers, the aircraft has entered the inner atmosphere, initiating aviation procedure. Attention passengers, the aircraft has entered the stratosphere. Shut the fuck up! Halt doch mal die Klappe, du verdammte KI. Attention passengers, the aircraft has entered the troposphere. Attention passengers, due to impaired visibility from the current sandstorm, the system is unable to confirm the location of the red tide. The system can't detect the red tides and we must proceed according to the original plan. Our mission starts now. Disperse and proceed with your duties. I wish you all the best in completing the mission. That was fast. The silent tremor of the aircraft hull made every passenger start skip a beat. Violent shaking catches you off, causing your head to bang against the hull of the aircraft. Knowing you will be able to stabilize yourself, however, your consciousness becomes shrouded in the darkness before you are able to adjust your posture in time. During memory playback, you will be completely pulled into memory spiral. This overall information will make you unable to control your body, perceive what is happening around you. Fortunately, the playbacks dissipate as fast as they manifest. You may recount a certain duration of time subjectively, but only a few seconds may pass in real time. By the way, during this period, your subconsciousness will become hyperactive. You may be overcome with perplexing ideas and make rewriting decisions. That's because your brain possesses a lot of information internally, but your subjective thinking can keep up this processing speed. Say for sure whether this will have positive or negative impact. However, it's worth noting that the situation of battlefield can change at a moment's notice, since your memory playbacks are unpredictable beyond your control. They may prove fatal in battle. To be on the safe side, advice against participating in battles requires a direct confrontation with the enemy for the time being. Just as you put out of the memory playback, the metal hull rapidly approaches. You start to avoid the collision, but you cannot even lift a finger. Only second to remove your memories. It's been quite some time, Graham Commander. Surprised to see me, I take it? To be honest, it took quite some effort to reach you. Chairman Allen and Lloyd for me, I don't think this would be possible. Miss Ida? Tazos have heard all about the heroic deeds of the Ravens at the Ascendant's Bay. I even heard about them in Babylonia. If you've been in direct contact with the Ascendants, have you seen the Ascendant who attacked me in the space station? Never mind, he's not important. The only thing I care about is whether you found some of her in the base. Who do you mean by her? The pink-haired girl is about to say a name. Your memory stops and then cuts to black as if it had been tampered with. Is there a pain felt your pad and your force stagnate for a moment? Man, sorry. I was lost in thought. It's turbulence. Stay put. Attention passengers, the aircraft is being in turbulence. and to stabilize altitude. Please stay seated so as not to change the aircraft's center of gravity. Thunderstorms rumble outside of the aircraft. Electric arcs flash among the clouds, shaking everyone with an even more violent tremor, experiencing excessive turbulence. Attempting to disengage by expediting the descent sequence. Please do not panic. No situation like this that won't. The turbulence continues to escalate. Due to the emergency maneuver, the aircraft is deviated from the original target. The aircraft is still experiencing turbulence. This turbulence has deformed the port side wing to excessive load bearing. Aerodynamics compromise. Initiating emergency landing procedure. The sharp crunch of the port side wing proves to be the final blow to the transport craft as half of the deformed wing plummets to the ground. Aircraft cannot return to a stable altitude for landing, estimating ground impact of approximately 15 degrees. At this angle, the aircraft is at risk of crash landing. Initiating parachute evacuation procedure. Depressurizing cabin. Opening tailgate in 15 seconds. Tailgate open. All are personal. Please parachute out immediately. And have a nice day. And good luck. Initial impact against the hull nearly knocks you unconscious and you struggle to move. Sending into a tailspin and blood in your forearm blows your vision. Seatbelt is now proving to be a death sentence. Perhaps due to the impact, repeated attempts to resist the seatbelt are all in vain. Arsenal was right. During a merry playback, you were but a lamb to the slaughter. In the dim haze of light, you catch a glimpse of constructors evacuating the aircraft one after another. Hurry up and prepare for evacuation. Why is you stand up? The cabin shakes violently again. I secured a bit the main core when will we parachute out? Too late, the Prince Square stalled. It's too dangerous to parachute now. Brace for impact, Lucia. Help the commandant. Got it. Rise, you were about to crash in the metal hull again. Someone sheathes your head and pulls you into their embrace. Embrace is cold and familiar. Lucia? I've got you, Commander. Don't worry. Protect you. Sometime later. Maybe it was just a few seconds, but it was quite some time. When all the dust settled, the forced landing was closer to a crash landing. You heard the sound of a laser cutting metal by your ears. You opened his eyes slightly to see Lee cutting away the hull. Lucia. Move, Commandant. In a red tone of sternness, Lee stops you as you prepare to move. Lee kicks open the crumbling metal that had been cut. At that moment, light from the sky pours into the cabin. Hurry, Lucia, get the Commandant out. Lucia removes you from the transport craft. Looking around, you find the three constructs unfazed. Given fire is the only sign of damage. Lucia, set the Commandant down. I apply emergency aid. Alright. Having experience as a former medic, lift stems the bleeding and bandage your wounds. Fortunately, it's just a flesh wound. It just looks more serious than what it actually is. I was forward. Lucia lets out a sigh of relief off to the side and draws her weapon and looks around vigilantly. Now it's not the time to let our guard down. Watch your surroundings. Surrounded by barren wasteland, the crash site must be far off the beaten path leading to a richer destination. If it is just an ordinary wasteland, it would not have mattered. More importantly, however, was where the crew had crash landed. What's that? Everyone's surprised, the crash site is not just some remote collision. Rather, it's the tributaries of the Red Tide. More aptly put, they're at the bar to the tributaries. There they are not inundated by the Red Tide. They are by no means out of harm's way. The billowing and wind impairs visibility, making movement in any direction nigh impossible. What is that sound? The sound is rich and melodious, like the call of a large mammal. As the sound becomes louder and louder, a rustling process from the depths of the sandstorm. In a flash, the sweet grey raven stands and in front to protect you. Okay, was war das? Dust storm is too heavy. I can't see where we are going. What the fuck? Receive a consequence with an unknown signal. It's identified as Babylonian cost. Answer. Put it through, Lee. Grey Raven, and you are wangshi of Strikehall. I've been scouting this area. You're at the heart of the red tide. You must leave immediately. I have a beacon in the area nearby. Move toward its direction. Why are there human close? It's wide open here. People can easily lose the sense of distance. You probably thought they could cross the desert. Wait a second, there's something in the jacket. It's a piece of paper. What's on it? Main food and staying can last us through this winter. We must move. We need to find enough food so Ray and others can. It looks like a torn diary. I can see the date at the bottom. There's only this page left. The edge of this paper looks like it's been burned. Temperature between morning and night can be huge in this environment. If they had to burn their diary to keep themselves warm, they probably are ready. Let's keep moving. Okay, what exactly are you going? So you have no idea where to go? Fine, follow my instructions for now. And can we arrive at our destination? We have finished all our food. And how long we can last? Was war das? Watch out, head to creatures nearby. Wir sind auf dem richtigen Weg. Okay, weiter geht's. Dafür Lucia zu verbrauchen. Let's keep moving, the beacon is far away. You should be safe here, right? Right? Despite the dense layer of clouds overhead, blotting out the sun, the Earth's surface is still scorching hot. The sand carried in the scorching wind stings your face. There it is again. The sound echoes through the air. The red tide, which was flowing quietly, begins to fill the riverbed once more. Although the sound seems distant, it still seems to resonate from every direction. Liv, inject the remainder with a serum. The red tide is beginning to rise again. Partial concentration is rising at an unprecedented rate. Unprecedented rate. That was the last one. Most of the serum was smashed in the length a bit domains notes support for and even the comms device for contacted main force were all damaged. How long can we hold out? Less than 2 hours. Only broken bit, no lift shows the look of guilt. Sorry, Commander, I couldn't keep it safe. Ah, hallo. Hallo, Mrs. Karnak Gaming. Wie geht's? Wie steht's? Oh yeah, and yes, I'm German. If you speak English, I can still speak English, but it's not really very good if you hear. As you can hear. This all happened so quickly. It's not your fault. Command is right. We couldn't have anticipated that. Team falls silent. Can we really trust the construct that claims to be part of Strikehawk? if he's one of Chrome's comrades. Right at that moment, Hetero Creep appears out of nowhere and ambushes the team. Commandant! Right before the Hetero creature is about to stab you with a sharp spike, a bullet pierces the air and penetrates the creature. Still in shock, you cannot help but look in the direction of the shot's trajectory. You're from the punching, no, not from punching, from the Tower of Fantasy stream, right? You're from the Tower of Fantasy stream or one of my Genshin Impact streams? I don't know. Give me something. Give me some example. On which I can remember you. A white figure looms in the yellow sandstorm. Just a reminder, your comms have been on this for all time. I had everything you said. Just now, it was me. His languid voice suddenly becomes serious. Quit looking around and get out of here. After quite some time, the four of you finally catch up to the white figure. Before you stands a young man with delicate silver hair and thick dark circles under his eyes. Wangshi, correct? Thank you when we get out of this place. Come with me. Half-hearted and healing screens are skipped over before they even begin. Yes? Oh, okay, I'm right. Great to know. And yeah, sorry for the streaming Verzögerung for the streaming rendering, for the live streaming rendering, and I had some problems with OBS as before the stream. Tower Fantasy. Oh, okay, I'm right. That's good to know. How are you doing? My friend? Are you doing good? How is your study? I hope you're doing well on your studies. I hope I hope you're well. Me, I'm back from my holidays in Dresden, Germany. I don't know if you know the city of Dresden. If you know from history, it's well known for its bombardment in the Second World War. That's the only known thing I think in world history about Dresden. If you know anything about Dresden, that's one thing about it. But well, let's continue. What's going on here? You first. We ran into turbulences. Both sides are sized in their exchange. Lee is not wanting to mince words. Bungie is too lazy to waste words. Bungie glances upward. I figured. Otherwise that Lance was a bit, his face turns blank. It was yesterday, landing here wouldn't have been such an issue. Fortunately, you are a day late. You mean? Bunch's tall eyes widen as he retrains is a pathetic tone and responds seriously. The red tide hadn't reached its place until today. Better see it for yourself rather than me simply tell you. Let me start over. I'm wangshi from Strike of the task force. Chrome is my captain, I'm sure you've met. Since the last battle, Striker has been investigating what's left of the Red Tide and searching for a location in Huaksho in City 075. After hearing about the victory against the Polyphage, we stayed on the surface to continue managing the Red Tide. I was ordered by our captain to investigate the city Purus Ferry. I was also the first person to inform Babylonia on Red Tide activity. Since Babylonia dispatched you here, I spare the details. I know who you are. Grey Raven, correct? Our captain mentioned you, especially you, Hunter Peace. Thank you. Much as seriously was only momentary, shortly after you transferred to his usual lazy self. But, looks like his description wasn't exactly... Snow pair of golden eyes glanced at you friendly. Cuts himself off halfway with a long yawn. What was that sound earlier? Oh, that? It always lasts anywhere from the 30 or to 60 seconds. That long? Yeah, human ears can hear a part of it. The frequency is between 10 and 40 Hz. But you can probably only hear it at about 20 Hz. Whenever the sound starts, the red tide begins to spread. What on earth? Sounds like a whale song. A whale song? Interesting analogy. Oh ja, stimmt. Mein Charakter hat recht. He's right. My character is right. That sounds like a whale song. Human ears can only hear above 20 hertz, whereas the vocalization of blue whale is typically between 10 and 40 hertz. Oh my god! Humans refer to this as a whale song. And this isn't the ocean, this is suggestive. How can there be the sound of whales? Not to mention that the live running red dot rises whenever it appears. But it's a death knell then. It's far too serene. Well, we are so fucked right now. Yeah, we are so fucked. Land of no man. %70 normal story. Okay, land for no man. You walk with wangshi for what feels like ages. Oh, I'm so fucking old and I'm so tired. I'm wangshi. I'm joking by the way. With drinking water exhausted and your legs equally so, you never knew hiking could be so difficult. Oh yeah, I love hiking. I love hiking in mountains. I'll be right back, guys. I need to eat something. And right now I need to drink something. Okay, I'm back. I found a banana. Found some banana street. The desert is not a place for talking, with sand assaulting your every orifices. Opening your mouth is just an invitation for a mouthful of sand. Yeah, he's right. Er hat ziemlich recht. Don't know for humans. The yellow sand also causes great trouble for the mechanical joints of constructs. As we cross the section of land, let's prepare our frames. Sand is slowing up to our joints. Man, your complexion. Once she throws the top over to you. Don't you need it? I just used it to block the exit I've been sniping. Anyway, it's useless now. Rather than acknowledging the favor, he merely offers a half-hearted explanation. Science returns and the party continues onward. The farther you walk, the rock formations continue to less along with the density of the tributary. However, the impressive sense of urgency still remains. If it is from the red tide before, it is now from surviving in such hostile conditions. From behind you, you hear the whale song again. Oh fuck no! You are no longer in the area of inundated by the red tide, and the song takes on a more ethereal tone. Your eyesight once again begins to fragment. Let me tell you something about her while there's still time. We have been close friends since before we became constructs. She may be a starry-eyed idolist, but she's also the most pragmatic person I have ever met. When she acts mature, she's deciphered to an extreme. When she acts naive, she's romantic to a fault. For example, Aya turns and glances out the window of the blue planet. What do you think of that blue planet? Earth? Yeah. Suddenly, your mind is filled with official data. Victoria Redis is. Oh my god! Okay, I don't fucking pretend to say that, but I try. 6,378 8.137 kilometers. It rotates from west to east and revolves around the sun. It's the third innermost planet of the solar system. Goes without saying that the feeling of gravity upon entering the atmosphere is always a memorable part of each mission. It's bringing force to Island. Is that all? The Taskforce command often get deployed to the surface. I don't think most resistant born Brevner will ever know what true gravity feels like. Some members of the ecological team haven't even been to the surface. Anyway, what's it like to be on the surface? What's it like on the surface? You close your eyes. Alice's face begins to contort. Why I'm thinking about speaking with Isla before we depart at a time like this. What's it like on the surface? What's it like on the surface? Cover head. What's up? You remain quiet. He left the sentence, wasting putting you like a shadow, great face into the distance. You can tell but turn to look back. Amid the dense sand, you seem to spot a faint figure of a woman. Is that a shadow from the red tide? The question remains answer as vanished in the blink of an eye. I'm fine. Okay, let's keep moving. After another long trek. Suddenly, wangshi stops at the front. He squints and looks ahead. There's a kid at 2 o'clock, 200 meters. What's someone doing in a place like this? An enemy? It's best left for you to decide, Hunter Peace. You're the Grey Raven Commander. Only you have the authority to assess our course of action. You're just shifting the blame. Of course not. I'm just an observer. Besides, you trust your commander's judgment more than I do, don't you? Following that, he closes his eyes and stops talking as he quietly waits for the others to make a decision. Look towards 2 o'clock. All these benched bare hills and steep cliffs outstretched before our eyes. Okay, what the fuck is a kid doing here where the red tide is? What the fuck is happening? There's no sign of anyone. Huh? His eyes lift up and scan your head once more. Where was there is gone. Probably they realized that I had taken notice. Clever. Hey Yukari, wie geht's? Steht's? Ich bin zurück von meinem Urlaub aus Dresden. War schön wandern im Elbsandsteingebirge. War ein cooler Urlaub. Nur das, was ich morgen erwartet wird, ist nicht so schön, aber das ist privat und wird auch nicht euch interessieren. Wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin. Aber ja. Ich glaube, du kennst Mr. Karnak Game nicht. You don't know him. He's one of my watchers. Yes, he's one of my watchers from my Tower Fantasy streams. Say hello to him. Croatia is nice, but there's like 10 mosquitoes in my room. The shower is cold. Oh, du bist in Kroatien. Viel Spaß. Das ist exakt kein schlechtes Land, Urlaub zu machen, aber im Sommer, ja, viel Spaß mit den ganzen Moskitos, mit den ganzen Schnaken. Das ist immer so eine schöne Sache. Ich bin, wie gesagt, gerade erst wieder zurück. Aber ja, ich habe meinen Urlaub genossen. Ich war davor in Mannheim vorletztes Wochenende. Und jetzt diese Woche in Dresden, war schön. Aber ja. Nun dann, machen wir die Story weiter. If that person is avoiding humans, then we aren't looking for a corrupted man, and that was a human. Is that a child? What is a child doing in such a hostile place like this? Keine Ahnung, Liv. Um ehrlich zu sein, ich will jetzt nicht wissen, ob es wirklich ein Kind war oder was komplett anderes, was uns gleich töten könnte. You're right. Humans can survive in a place like this, let alone a child. Let's have a closer look. Ich meine, wir haben keine Kommunikationsgeräte mehr. Unser Missionsgerät, was wir brauchen, um die Mission zu erfüllen, ist ausgefallen. Also würde ich sagen, wir tun die Mission weiterführen. Ich würde sagen, wir tun die Mission so weit führen. Wir tun einfach das Gebiet erkunden, solange wir neue Befehle kriegen, weil, wie gesagt, wir können die Befehle nicht ausführen, weil wir nicht das Gerät haben, um die Mission auszuführen oder erfolgreich zu erledigen. Also das heißt, wir könnten eigentlich auch einfach die anderen Teams unterstützen, indem wir einfach die anderen, die ganzen Gegner, die Ungeheuer oder was auch immer wie sie heißen, alle erstmal vernichten, damit sie nicht die anderen Teams zu nahe kommen. Ich meine, das ist keine schlechte Idee. Aber mal sehen, wie die Story weitergeht. Wangshi refers to a small hill on the relatively high terrain. Übrigens, wo ist Chrome? Wo ist Chrome und sein Team und Kamui und Kamu? Only upon standing atop the hill does you suddenly get a bigger picture of the surrounding area. You clearly see the desert a cruel land of death. However, right at this moment, your heart begins to tremble. What's like on the surface? Oh, warum kriegen wir jetzt die ganze Zeit warum kriegen wir die ganze Zeit Flashbacks? Was bringt inside as that remained like this since man first walked upright? We continue until the last man is finally laid to rest. The sun hangs high above the distant clouds. Our clouds cover the surface. The residual wind still braces in proclamation of its existence. Obviously, there's only one light source. When seen from Babylonia, it's merely just an incandescent ball of light. Gott, mein Englisch ist scheiße. Yet how can it illuminate such a vast land? Man, I'm detecting more than one thermal reading. Wait, that's because the wind carries the sound of fighting. Look towards the source of the sound. The first instinct upon reaching the top of the is to peer into the distance, however you miss the makeshift camp just below. A cold gust of wind blows through the makeshift tents and log houses with an eerie scraping noise. The camp is empty, though not because it had been vacated by its occupants, rather because they have gathered outside the camp. Standing on the opposite side of them is no one else but that unyielding pine. Its hands and team in 01, and also in front of the camp, two distinct groups of people are facing each other. The one is to one side erect and close nigger resembling refugees who have long since lived here. To the other side, a fully armed squadron of elite soldiers sent from Babylonia. Oh fuck. Das kann nur in einem Blutbad enden wahrscheinlich. Some appearance of the latter hopelessly frightened the former. And at the breaking point, fear and vigilance have given way to unclear hostility. Who are you? Women protect their children like hens to their chicks. Breathless refugees band together, seeming ready to take the arms squad dumps and should the soldiers take a step forward. Soldiers on a collaboration team grip their weapons tightly. Chief Commander, this camp and people are near Prissy colonists. They'll be caught in the blast. Should we force them to evacuate? Hans turns sad slightly to the side. Do not fire unless fire upon. They don't pose any threat. Shift back to the refugees. Do not attempt to attack or resist. I don't want any senseless struggle. Run over. Right up to Great A Waves only adds fuel to the fire. A few boy pokes his arrow from behind him who had just spoken. In a calibration team with frightened eyes. Same for the team of heavy arms, so as the refugees refrain from acting rashly for the time being. Oh, it's a kid. Hans turns to said. Grey Raven, you are here. Chief Commander Hans was connected with Team 06 for quite some time. I thought you were hightailed it back to Babylon. Regardless, you told you redundancy teams. Your absence would have likely gone unnoticed. Soll das eine Beleidigung sein? Eure Präsenz ist nicht zur Notiz gekommen. Willst du deswegen sterben oder was ist dein Problem mit uns? Virgin Commander did a little to match his condensing tone. Our Echo was filled with turbulence. We had no other choice but to make a crash landing. Hans is missing, enchanted and hangs in the air. Sorry, mind if I interrupt? Despite the encouragement, continues to talk without waiting for us to respond. I'm the concerned in charge of reporting to surface to Babylon. Wangshi off Strike Arc. You. Does it inform me that you were the first to report on the proliferation of the red tides turbidities? Mingo! Let's cut to the chase step. Gay Rob knew who was right or was wrong. Only went to Gapa will only make my spoils. Wounded? Wangshi lunges at the refugees. Roll your weapons, soldiers. Roger. Hans always relieves the tension which refugees and old man comes out from behind the wall of people. Who the hell are you? We are from Barbaronia. As if from the flick of a switch, the weirdest explosion in its instant. Blizzard filled the crowd. Babylonia? You mean the space stations of legends? Yes, Rempra wasn't making it up. However, they seem to look more conflicted. Since we are in the prison of dignitaries, and nothing of the sort, we are just troops on a mission. Babylonia will bombard this area of Longinus Arsenal soon. Please leave at once. Longinus Arsenal? What is that? Before Liv responds, the old man lowers his head and lets out a smile out of the severity of the confrontation. See, it's a giant bright light that destroys everything it shines light on. Jack answers an implication for what the old man just said, instead he only nods instinctively. And what we are talking about? Old man raised his head once by reading the same sheet's version as before. Not only about the Longinus Arsenal, but also about the 0-point reactor. I put Dave the great evacuation on all the history that is about to be forgotten by our children. She sighs deeply. I already understand why it is you are here. Do as you will. I just hope you don't make too much of a commotion. The children need their rest. With that, he returns to the refugees behind him, whispering along the group. After a while, the refugees disperse and return to their homes. A few moments later, only a collaboration team is left in the center of the camp. What was that? Off to the side. Lucia takes a step forward and catches up to the old man, preparing to return to his resident. Wait till you say to them, you know what the weapon is capable of, so you must know that this isn't the sign of the city and wait destruction. If you don't leave, you'll all die. I told them exactly that. Take it easy, Lucia. We just weren't clear. Briefly put, this area will be overrun with punching creatures soon, so Babylon wants to imagine all in one fell sweep. One of the distant coordinates is near this camp. If you continue to stay here, you'll be caught in the shockwave. Even if Babylon doesn't call on the strike, and those monsters will attack you. No need to explain any further. As I've said, I know that you are the force from Babylonia. As the pride of hope of mankind, after so many years, you return to Earth only to bring us news of destruction. We know that you came here to destroy that red tide of monsters approaching from the west. We know what it is. Many of our comrades have fallen victim to it. When you mentioned that Longinus Arsenal, we knew what repercussions we were going to face. That's what I told them. Your tactics have always been simple and crude. It was before and it still is. I'm not surprised. You will not obstruct your mission or interfere with the coordinates you set. Once you finish your mission, you are free to go. You die. I've already said that multiple times. If you die, so what? Look around you. This place is home to only a few hundred people, scattered throughout. We've been through the great evacuation when faced with impending doom. Some people boarded Eden, while others just barely missed the boat. Former lives lives a life of ease above beam, while the other is left to eke out life among the remnants of civilization. Just look at the old veteran behind you. He no longer concerns himself with the likes of us after receiving his golden ticket onto that doomsday arc. Oh mein Gott, das war eine Ansage. Ever since the Great Evacuation, we have been living among an inhalation. God fucking damn it, mein English. We've grown accustomed to it. If that's all, let these old bones go to get some rest. If at least like to keep my last ounce of dignity up until the end. After he finishes speaking, he turns and walks away out of sight. A deathly silence hangs spread among the team. This was an unexplained term that reports us to verbal order. Wait for my word. What about our mission to configure the node? Proceed as normal. Please wait, Chief Commander Hans. There's still people here. Being ours is the first requirement of Soda. Very Commander, keep your concern under control. Soll ich dazwischen gehen? Nah, ich mag den alten nicht. This has nothing to do with Commander. Now that you understand why you're standing here, proceed to your signal location to deploy the bit domain on the double. About that, our node was damaged in the crash. Your uses is truly amazing. What the fuck, du Stück Scheiße! Wie war das? What did you just say, you fucking piece of shit? It? I'm going to put a fucking bullet in your head and desert with my post if you don't shut the fuck up. In that case, take your supplies from the place to stay put. Don't get in my way. Yeah, how about shut the fuck up and go away? Why don't you give them fair warning during the mission briefing? The source react back more intelligent than just that. Because I already related to Hans, that will suffice. In some regards, you're even more ruthless than me. So you know what our stubbornness think of us too, huh? Of course, I'm not deaf. I'm certainly not a fool. If it was really just a collaborating mission, then a Great Commander would have been enough to serve as a Chief Commander. They've encountered the red type before, and their experience in active combat far exceeds that of others. Yet you choose Hans. Since the last battle in the 075, your Commander's condition has become unstable, as you still isn't sure whether it has any permanent impact on Hunter peace ever, mentally or physically. While the object of this operation isn't competitive, rather it requires cooperation to achieve its strategic goal. Since the operation are used to fighting in isolation, Hunter peace may not be the most suitable choice as Chief Commander. The ability of the Grey is the reason why you selected Hans. Hassan pauses a moment, then continues to speak. Some decisions and responsibilities cannot be left to the younger generation, even there is only the slightest of risk. I trust Hans' judgment. He's our most prominent leader. He has enough experience to deal with any unforeseen issues that should arise. You're too kind and gentle to the younger generation. If you keep chatting, then it will only backfire. Nico, you and I have too much weight on our shoulders and too much blood on our hands. Friend and foe alike. We have memories of the past. One day history will use the guillotine to judge those disgraceful sins. Dude, wie wär's, wenn ihr ein extra Chapter oder ein Event dazu macht? Oder ein Comic? Ich glaube, ihr macht einen Comic dazu. Problem ist nur, ihr Idioten habt den Comic abgebrochen. You idiots. How about a chapter about the backstory of Hassan here? Or an extra comic book. Oh wait, you did that, but you screwed that up in some way. I don't know how I can explain that, but there is a Punishing a Raven comic, webtoon comic, but it isn't finished. It has only 5 chapters for some fucking reason, and it isn't continued for some fucking reason. So, explain, please? What the fuck happened to that comic? Well, whatever. Let's move on. The remnants of the past. One day history will use the guillotine to judge those disgraceful sins. At least spare children from having to bear the responsibilities and sins of their forefathers. Our generation will be the one to serve the change of hatred. In that case, well, let them go down together. First and foremost, observe whether Hunter feels suitable for serving as Gravis and Commander. Secondly, sparing them from our responsibility doesn't mean asking them to turn a blind eye forever. One must face his own weakness to embrace the future. Heißt es, wir sind Kanonenfutter? Ich kapier's nicht. Born here, so choose to die here too. Abyss of gravity. Time is fleeting like sand through an hourglass. The sun hangs on the western horizon, shedding a light across the lower half of the sky and turning to night upon reaching this far. Dry air and additional cooling have caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Scorching heat turns to frigid cold in an instant. The entire camp is quite beyond imagination, except for the occasional clang of metal whenever the calibration team lays equipment. It's only the roar of the cold wind. How do people here endure such an extreme cycle of day and night? Huddled next to an abandoned cabin, you call up on the top, not to sheet yourself from the sun but to keep warm. Who had lived in this cabin? Inside, as some of the utensils still retained their faint luster, a thin layer of dust indicates that the owner had never returned. After Chief Commander had put the garrisons in standby, they now watched from the side as contact from Calibration Team 01 continued to configure coordinates. Upon receiving the Syrian supply, the service personnel has also finished preparing the projected device used to combat the Red Tide. Theoretically, this is the safest you have been since crash landing. However, anxiety still lingers in your heart. You can't help but stand out and look to the east. Supposedly the coastline is dozens of kilometers out. The area that Babylonia has to protect at all costs. However, regardless of how hard you strain your eyes as human, you are unable to behold such a sight. Don't bother. The terrain here isn't high enough to see the coastline. Suddenly you hear Wangshi's voice behind you. Everyone turns to look at him. Only see is him stretch with a look of exhaustion as he walks over. Not to mention, with such poor weather conditions and low visibility here, human eyesight can't possibly see that far. Wangshi, got enough sleep? I don't have the concept of sleep. I'm just done taking a breather. Lee sneers. How can you just loaf around at a time like this? Well, my mission was to pick up the calibration team sent by Babylonia. My work here is done. Can the guy kick up his feet a while? Sheesh, R&R ain't easy to come by. Ich mag ihn wirklich, Alter. So seine I don't give a shit Attitude ist einfach so geil. Ich mag's. Seine Art ist extrem geil. Es ist selten, dass man so jemanden sieht, vor allem in so einer Situation. Aber ja, ich mag solche Typen. Zum Teil. Und manchmal mag ich sie auch nicht, kommt drauf an. Ich glaube, als Arbeitskollegen würde ich so jemanden nicht brauchen. Nee, ganz ehrlich. Before you can muster up a retort, Wangshi looks your way. Don't you think it's time to change the gauze in the combatant's forehead? Right as Wangshi begins to speak, Liv had already begun making preparations. For no time, she had already begun replacing the bandages. Thanks for the reminder, Wangshi. It's not bleeding anymore. No, Liv. Even still, your bandages need to be replaced periodically to prevent infection. It's not until Liv changed to clothes that she realized that a considerable amount of the sand has adhered to your bloody scalp. Cleaning a wound is not exactly going to be a loser stroll through the park. A brief hiss in a pain through clenched teeth. Lucia understood. She cleared tears open, cracked a pack of feed rations and stuffed into your mouth to bite on. Ugh! What the fuck is all das denn? Squinting your eyes in the dim light, you catch a glimpse of a thin figure poking their head out of a tent behind Liv. Gesture to Liv with your eyes. No amount of stamina will stop me from cleaning your wound, Commander. Liv can react if the figure was already running over. He scurries over next to Liv and gazes towards you with a doe-eyed look of curiosity. Ah, was that the kid from earlier? Boy's gaze falls on you, rubber the ration in your mouth. You offer peace and hand it to him. Like a kid, he sticks out his hand and hesitates until he can't resist any longer. He gets the urgent revolves it down. She quickly takes out a second piece and hands it to him. The boy does not immediately eat after taking its time. Thank you, miss. Whereas before the second respond, he puts the boy behind her, glances around the very unconsciously, then looks down at the child by her thigh. Granny, who said you could leave? I'm starving. Didn't you have a can for lunch? I'm just so hungry. We'll have food soon. Dad will be back in no time. But you said he won't. The moon snaps at the boy and interrupts him. Shut your mouth. Don't dare say such a thing. Who said you could talk like that? He'll be back soon. I mean it. Don't get mad at him, please. It was my idea to give it to him. We have plenty to go around if you want. We don't need your charity. What the fuck? Ich meine, ich kann sie verstehen, wir tun das ganze Dorf in die Luft jagen mit einem Satellitenlaser. Also, ja. Ich glaube, ja, man kann es verstehen, warum sie so fucking wütend auf uns ist. Forgive her, she has her own troubles. Turning your hand to the side, you see the old one I had previously returned to his residence. You had a... Guess you won't be needing this, I just say. We are constructs, we don't need food in a conventional sense. But isn't that kid a human? The old one looks at you. Mm-hmm. Our time flies, I may expect to see a person from here with our own eyes. So, care for something to eat? That's... The outside is worn down, rusty, but safe to eat as long as the can doesn't bulge or leak. It's the last batch of cans produced before the great application. These things can be preserved longer than you think. Even if it's only leftover soup from the past civilization. No, but thanks. Very well, I'm sure this bit professor for the people within the clouds to read rules such as this. It's not that, aren't you? You're on short on supplies. You're showing us sympathy. Sympathy? That's sure surprising. It's nothing special, some people used to go catch fish in the sea. But recently those red creatures, the hedgehog creatures you mentioned, have thrown everyone into panic. No one dares to venture too far out of the camp. I'm sorry. Very sudden apology. This isn't your fault, it's no one's fault. The old man's attitude is kind of gentle, unlike his stern demeanor when you first met him. I scared you earlier, didn't I? Didn't mean to. Sometimes you just have to stand up for what you believe in. And what is that exactly? Certain death, but doesn't seem to take offense. Oh my god, Leah, shut the fuck up. Correct, we decided to stay here and avoid death. A man's old house and war seems to float away in the wind. I don't get it. Same here. See when find our answer puzzling. A group of people choosing to stay here and wait for their death. Perhaps even a cruel joke. This is how we generally feel. It was our intent from the very beginning. Why? Do you know about the Acadia vacation? Yes. When faced with panic doing some people bought Eden, while it's just going Miss World, and is that how the story goes? Yes. Reality is that's not what happens. It was an entirely matter of luck. Perhaps some people just simply didn't want to leave. Yes, some people were unfortunately unable to board Eden, while others remained because their loved ones didn't get a ticket onto Eden. Some people stayed because they didn't want to abandon their homeland. Regardless of the reason we choose to stay, we accepted our fate. After making this choice, we planted our roots here and continued to fight. But this place isn't suitable for humanity. It's indeed the case, even though the wasteland is far from nearby cities, and so the corrupt pose little threat, the cruelty of nature provides no safe harbor. But we're not in agreement. Look at the land around you. It's dry and ugly land. We originally lived in the city. We decided on this place and built our home here, albeit after great difficulty. Why did you choose this place? Because nature is terrifying. Once civilization collapsed, nature reclaimed every corner of human life. Like in Chernobyl. I don't know if you see any pictures of Chernobyl, but if you see pictures from, I don't know, before the Ukraine war, you will see nature is slowly taking every last bit of the old city and tries to reclaim it. And that's pretty much what happens when we abandon the cities. When we example abandon our cities for in the future because of some, I don't know, some natural disaster or something else, then that's going to happen in the future. I don't know, maybe in 10, 20, 30 years, if we abandon our cities if we would abandon our cities right now. In 20, 30 or something years, nature would be coming back and would reclaim every single thing in this in the human life. But well, that's just my opinion, and that's just what I've seen in the pictures of Chernobyl. And I recommend you just look at those pictures. These pictures are pretty beautiful, I must say. Beautiful in the sense of the word. In my opinion, it's beautiful, but for some people, it's tragic. Well, let's continue on. Without water, electricity, or natural gas, skyscrapers became nothing but steel cages. Everyone died without dignity, like animals. At first, we had the capacity to cremate or bury the bodies, but soon those left alive could bear them no more. The city was silent, corpses continued to pile up. You can imagine the despair, sight and smell of people you once knew decay in the city you once loved. Many people died from the punching virus, and many died to infectious diseases in order to survive and avoid the corruption. We left the city and ended up here. No close, but not too far. Here in this wasteland, we watch over humanity's former glory. Who would have thought that a group of mice such as ourselves would still live here to this very day? Save with some expression. First we thought we wouldn't even last a year, but actually it wasn't as bad as we thought. Thankfully we had relics of civilization. Steel, glass, metal, plastic, even solar panels can be recycled. Although the semiconductor film is almost worn out, we can still rely on it to produce some electricity. At least it's enough to keep a few lights on at night. These science may seem like worthless garbage to you, but they are treasures to us. Just like this land. My wife and I built our house on this land with our own hands. We may be falling apart and always be leaking, but it's my home. We may have linked it on our last breath, but we kept each other's going. The 10 years I spent with her were a short habitat in my unfortunate life. When she passed away, I buried her on a distant hill overlooking the sea. Most of my generation had chosen to stay during the great evacuation. Oh my god, ich hasse mein English, I fucking hate my English. Has turned to dust beneath the wheel of history. Now, there are only a few dozens of us left. The descendants of those who died have now grown up and started to raise their own children. When it came time to bury my old friends, I buried them on the same hill, overlooking the sea. Standing here, we can look back on the glory of the past and see the tombstones of our old friends. If we were to leave, we would truly have nothing. Anything we cherish, believe, remember, and love will be completely shattered. Besides, even if you hadn't shown up, we wouldn't have lasted much longer. We scavenged all of our serum from the nearby city that's bound to run out sooner or later. Everyone knows this, so we are ready to die anytime. Your arrival only means that we will meet our fates sooner. People born here were never optimistic to begin with. Hopeless and destitute, desiring nothing so as to lose nothing. The only thing we have left is our love for this land. We know our destination when we set foot on this path. We spend every day here like it was our last. We were born here, we will die here. Wow, das ist eigentlich gesagt eine traurige Ansicht fürs Leben, aber vielleicht eine Ansicht, die sehr realistisch ist. It's a little bit sad and pessimistic, but he's right. He's pretty right. Having your life suffered by living like this? No, you must know joy to know pain. We don't pursue the luxuries of eating, we just want to be put to rest for our loved ones at our side when the time comes. If still have compassion, please don't deprive us of our last request. We want to tell us all of this. Because I see weakness and timidity in your eyes. When all of this is over, you probably blame your own competitors and live with a heavy sense of guilt. So I want to tell you, don't. Don't feel any guilt. We've chosen our own path, you have completed your mission. Alright, that's enough. I think this place is worthless. Oh. Hearing someone from you say that is my little bit of a solace before I'm finally put to rest. After talking, the old man turns and leaves. Sun cloud hangs above the team. I don't know what to do. How can they be so calm yet say they are already prepared to die? I can't wrap my head around it. It is all meaningless. I choose to become a concept because even if I'm no longer human, I still exist. My only hope is to continue fighting for those in need. When everything I do has meaning. People born here have now looked forward to the future. We know our destination when we set foot on this path. Und every day like it was all us. Okay, ich tue nicht das gleich wiederholen. Sorry, I don't repeat the same thing that he said earlier. Because you haven't hoped for a future from the beginning, Lucia. Jonathan gently asks Lucia, I don't know how we can make this right either. Something more important than one's life. Wangshi had been standing off to the side with his eyes closed. He's still here? Why? I thought he would be sleeping right now. He's gone. What the fuck are we doing here? So his eyes open like an other fuck, and a few seconds later, hands prepared before everyone. Poise is always known can gleam, indication of smooth from the stern face of his. Received the latest orders from Babylonia. Under the promise of establishing the norm in 24 hours and ensuring the success of the mission. According to the instructions of Articles 21 and 22 of the World Government Disaster Relief Emergency Assistance, if civilians are found while executing in a mission, they must be evacuated immediately, regardless of force. Raven, mission clear? Nein, wir tun nicht die Zivilisten hier rauspushen. Wir tun das nicht. Du Idiot, die wollen sterben. Wieso tust du ihnen nicht ihren Wunsch erfüllen? Du ihnen nicht ihre Ehre nehmen. Das ist doch genauso wie der Tod. Das ist teilweise schlimmer als der Tod. Stück Scheiße. Nein, wir tun nicht die Mission ausführen. Really, is that what you think? Nothing strange about that? But she is different. Even though she's never been to Earth herself, she's had all sorts of unrealistic fantasies about it. When she was still around, she used to always ask me if there are any humans left on Earth. Ayla closes her eyes. Our primary school teachers also said that it was the cradle of life in our birthplace, but due to punishing whereas we were forced to temporarily leave its embrace and protect Earth and Babylonia. So Ayla, do you think there are still people on Earth? I think so. Not everyone evacuated during Operation Arcadia, there's bound to still people on the surface. And our textbooks say that there were billions of people on the surface at one point. Billions? There's no way Babylonia could support that many people. Obviously, it could only support a small fraction of the population. My thoughts exactly, but it's fine. One day we will reunite with our comrades on the surface. When that time comes, we will share in the marvelous things we have seen in Rejoice and Song. Nothing's more romantic, is it not? Ayla opens her eyes. We're so naive back then, always sharing our childish fantasies. Knowing how romantic it would be to reunite with our comrades on the surface. We share in the marvelous things we have seen in Rejoice and Song. We never considered at the time. Why had those on the surface not come to Babylonia? What sort of life would they have had on the surface? What would people on the surface think of us? Ja, sie so ziemlich hassen und so wie es aussieht. He wishes we turned out, no wonders to be found here, only helpless dismay. Seeing you lost in the fire again, Hans furrows his eyebrows. Rand's commander, you can even board for us now, I take it? That's not that, commanders. Wangshi scans you with his peripheral vision as if in contemplation and speaks directly. Enough, I don't have time for your excuses. Begin advocating the refugees. If they are willing to cooperate, restore to more coercive measures. For the others, we can respond. I don't agree with this. Fuck off, asshole. This kind of coercion ignores the will of others. It's wrong. Are you defying orders, Son of Peace? What's your attitude in every statement you make? You don't want to get caught much when all this is said and done. Leute stands in front of you. Understood. These are some more time now. Often have been deployed at Hefty. That's right, but let's make myself clear. Once the nodes are fully deployed, Babylonia will obliterate the surrounding area. If you don't wish to be dismayed along with it, I suggest you hurry up and complete your mission. Finish speaking and turns and leave. Well, looks like I'm not dealing here anymore. Catch you later, I'm gonna recharge my batteries. Dude, komm zurück! Come back, asshole! Knocking open the door to the residence. Sir, Babylonia is going to unleash a wide-scale attack on the surrounding area. Please go find me evacuate immediately. Where do we evacuate to? Inn has no extra ticket and there's no place in the service that can be caught with safe refuge. The salvation has not yet been built and there's simply no way to evacuate all the displaced people. Our present there's just enough time to evacuate the refugees to an area that will not be affected by the blast. It smiles sarcastically at the lips. Enough with the hypocrisy. Is this really in your best interest, or do you just not want to see us die for your very eyes? Look at you. Your conscience just as repulsive as your actions. Moving us from our homeland will make us sleep better at night. It won't make our lives any better. That's not what we intend on. Where he slams the door in their faces. That's the fourth household. Oh my god, that's the fourth household they're knocked on? Yeah, that's pretty stupid, guys. Let's not do that and just let them die in peace. Like we supposed to do. Why are they so stubborn? The old man seems to be the leader. He's willing to leave, others will probably follow. Greed. After several more nonsense in their faces, from your face posing, so it's you, mister. I know why you're here. You should know, Miles, I already taught you. I still don't get why. It's just because you're looking at this from your point of view. I'm sure you understand, kiddo. One of you is not as different from yours as you think. Your eyes, what is Babylonia? It's a passion for human strongest. No, that's not what I asked, you idiot! I mean, what was Babylon before the punching race and the Great Vacation? Was humanity's first FDL colonization ship? And why has it taken you all into deep space? Because we lost Earth and we want to take it back. Or you want to take it back. Our mission is to take humanity's homeland. That's our mission, that's the meaning of our existence. It's almost long enough any use to you. Seas destroyed, civilizations collapsed, Earth is now just a sea of ruins. Babylonia floats above Earth just like we stand here in these ruins. Why not leave? Have you ever thought that taking back Earth might be meaningless? Now you are a construct, not a human being. You don't need to inherit the meaning of human existence. This year very slightly. No, you're wrong. This is what we are born to do. It may have been the way you were created, but it doesn't mean it has to be where you continue to exist. Much like how people should live, but they shouldn't just live. There are far more important things than just live. Do you understand now? We should close our eyes. It's the path I chose. Just like this, the path each of you has chosen. One smiles friendly. Exactly. This is the path we choose, and this is the meaning we give our lives. We have nothing left. Our only driving force left is our attachment to this land. It's the only thing that supports our manual existence. Our last wish is to fire rest within its embrace. I think we are unreasonable choosing to drive around to leave. I think you are being equally unreasonable. Irony of man, people can never reach a mutual understanding. This land is our blood, sweat, and tears. Our history, our memories, everything we created, cherished, loved, and lost. As I have said, if you still have an ounce of compassion, please don't deprive us of our last request. Please respect our last will. Leave steps forward and pats Lucy on the shoulder. We understand. Sorry to buffer you. Goodbye. Just you are about to leave. We're in commercial nearby. Don't you think it's ridiculous to tell us that we are all citizens of the world government? Don't you remember how you treated us when they were on vacation started? You had us at gunpoint to run us from burning Eden. You left us behind like junk. Now you dare to come back and rescue us? Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out! Get off here! I don't need your fake compassion now. Person is confronting us other than hands. Start impressed only from his stain, almost like someone had poured a bucket of dirty water on him. Dear Commander Hearts, you, by the time you rush over, when about to clash. Suddenly you hear the distant scenery of the whale song. Oh fuck no. Oh no. It's the serene and resounding sound fluctuates in the wind like a bird through the clouds. A sound close yet distant. Sound is not grating, but Hans and Open who just arrived wins at the same time. Not good. Oh, we are so fucked. We are so... Attention source, stop what we're doing and prepare for battle. Hey, order to the west. We're going to recharge batteries when she had been keeping watch this entire time. Suddenly he jumps down from the hill. His laziness was no replace unprecedented seriousness. So everyone realized the gravity of the situation, because the large number of punishing hetero creatures burst out of the yellow sand and begins to pursue him. You fucking... God damn it. Okay, let's kill these assholes. Oh fuck. Our refugees may evacuate inside the resonance. All electrification are in there and they are scattered all around the camp. But they aren't paying attention to us yet. We must unite them right away. Let them attack the citizens. Let's go. Das war's für dich. It's your brave. Die. Let's go, Lee. Come on. Oh, I had to appears in the camp are destroyed. Oh no, nicht noch mehr. Don't let your guard down, they are coming. Let's go. Take that. Nice. Explosion. The creatures just won't stop. Wait, that sound has stopped. This stopped. The Echo creatures have retreated. Uh-oh. I don't have a good I have a bad feeling about this. Don't come any closer. Right at the moment, a bullet pierces the head of the Echo creatures. It rears in the ground but continues to breathe. That is until sharply cuts in it. Felicia shakes off the blood from her blade. If that is what it is, imposing the elegant manner is like that of a tiger. Ellie, are you okay? I'm okay. Behind you. I had to create just as Leo sees blind spot from behind. Before it tackles Lucia, the creature is intercepted by a blast from Div's Levy gun. Don't get careless, Lucia. Was that the last one? Yeah, this is all. When I start, there shouldn't be any more hetero creatures. That sound is. What a drag. Hetero creatures have started appearing here too. If those things are already here, the red tile must be close by. Yeah, we don't have much time left. So, guys, please deploy your coordinates and get the hell out of here. Wie wär's, wenn ihr eure Koordinaten jetzt endlich festlegt und eure Transmitter festlegt für die Koordinaten für den Satellitenlaser und endlich mal hier abhauen. Ashes to ashes. For the greater good. Oh, it never gets old. Murray's son. I'm truly amazed. Oh Gott, das hört sich nicht gut an. Then you see those monsters just now. If you stay, they'll kill you before you burn only at us. If that is what fate has in store for us, then so be it. Our bodies will turn to dust and our souls will return to the earth. To hell with fate. There's no reasoning with you. This will be all for nothing. Some merchants of hetero creatures cause tensions to rise between both sides. Operation team and their refugees have reached and passed over me and his prattle. Silent cry puts a stop to the altercation. Ray? Ray? Has anyone seen Rare? Where is he? Where is my grandson? After her compassion shakes their heads, and she shifts her gaze to the calibration team. Her look of alarm gives way to one of panic. Have you seen my grandson? She glances at each of the consoles one by one. Finally, eyes fixed on Lucy and Liv. Turn over to Lucy and feeling crystal sure if she is only lifeline. Have either of you seen Ray? Where is he? You saw him, didn't you? My grandson. He was right next to me. Please remain calm. Who's Ray? That boy from before? She nods her head anxiously. Did he get scared in all of the chaos and hide somewhere? I didn't see him. Neither did I. If you're looking for that kid, I'm pretty sure he went to the west when all fighting broke out. The west, but that collapsed to her knees as if drained of all her strength. No, don't take my Ray from me. Lucy and Liv look over. Hey, I mean, he's just a child. It couldn't have gone far. I'm sure we can still catch up to him. Well, that's Gravens. There's no time to waste on such trivial matters. If you've got that much free time in your hands, it will be better spent guarding against attacks from hetero creatures. But Chief Commander, Team 0 really just sent a comlink. They have deployed to put demo at note. Good. What about the other teams? Team 02 and 05 were also attacked by hetero creatures and their bit domains were destroyed. No news from Team 04, Team 07 and Team 08 are still exploring in the red type purple free. It's uncertain whether they can deploy their nodes. What is the casualty report? 30%. Hey there, Grey Ravens, you are here playing hide and seek while countless others are fighting up ahead. Our troops are getting wounded and giving their lives for this cause. I've given you a compromise, but it seems that you are still unable to complete your mission. Do you know whose time you are wasting in this place? You're wasting the time and lives of your comrades. We have no energy to waste in such trivial matter. If you can persuade them to leave, use force. If you want to use force, then let them stay here and wait their death. Our mission is far greater than their lives. Have you forgotten what the CTO said? Once the red tide spreads to the sun, not only will the people here die, the entire Earth will fall. But exploring your senses, kindness, not truly matters. Have you thought about the fate of humanity for even a minute? Spend the interest of the greater good for your own personal interest. I think you should go back to FOS college and read the military code until you can reset verbatim. You report me. I thought your reputation would precede serve as the chief of FOS, but I guess one wood can be carved after all. Find a corner and stay out of my sight. I want to see you until Babylon is certification order. Of course, if you choose to stay here and wait off, I don't prefer my power to say otherwise. Secondly, what someone fortunate enough to report even would say, what a greater good, how righteous. Never gets old. I'm already son, I'm truly amazed. He turns his gun on his own compatriots by preaching about the greater good. Should trample on our last wish under the banner of righteousness now. Hands remain quiet and closes his eyes. Much looks at him and then glances over. He runs back and forth, his hands behind. His eyes were empty as he looks out in the far west. Look, I find his folded hands. And what we should do. I can understand why I don't want to leave this place. There must be something precious here that I don't want to give up. I also understand why Chief Commander has made this decision. He's considering the fate of humanity, which will versus the greater good. Why are we still forced to make binary choices between one or the other? Change in the air is stifling. Freezing the company of your free comrades, you walk outside at the cabin alone. The frigid wind dries your lips and face. With the current developments, this seems to be the only way to clear the whirlwind of force clouding your mind. Plan on coming here to think alone. However, you see a familiar figure in the corner. Oh, come on, wangshi. Wangshi forces his arms leads against the cabin door. He glances over with peripheral visions and yawns. Oh, it's you. Where's your team, Hunter Peace? Getting some fresh air? I came here alone. What is the face? You don't think I was waiting for you, do you? That hand signal you did? That's the secret code used in FOS. Did you call me here? That's what the captain thought me and come in his spare time. He said that all of us commandants know it. I was just bored and came to mind, and I thought I'd actually use it. Only then did I clearly realize that you are really from FOS college like my captain. After all, you don't look that type. So what is it? You have the recent turn of events science council hasn't been able to fully analyze the red tide. You've heard it too, haven't you? That song? Bingo! I was the first god to find the red tide tributaries and break the news to Babylonia. I thought Babylonia would have a more methodical strength, but in the end it's just reliant on brute force. Time is of the essence. Of course, let's save it for another time. I'm curious about something, Grey Raven infiltrated the descendants under base and had a direct confrontation with them, correct? Yes, I swear as much. So has your team heard this sound before? In other words, this is a special case or a new development. Well, as a scout, I was nightmares the lack of internet on the battlefield. Even Monaco mission can be disastrous. I understand urgency by implementing a strategy for knowing the rural picture. You can say guarantee that the longest arsenal will be enough to stop the red tide. You mean? I mean a widespread attack is best course of action based on existing intel, but that doesn't mean it's a solution to our problem. Er ist absolut richtig. Was auch immer hinter diesem komischen Wahlsong hängt, könnte schlimmer sein als der Red Tide selber. Wangshi becomes quiet all of a sudden. Instead, he casts a sideways glance at the corner. The woman before it takes a few steps out of the corner and kneels on the ground. I beg of you, please forgive my recklessness. As long as you are willing to listen to my request, I don't care what you take from me. I know you are uninterested in what we have, so please, I beg for you one more act of kindness. Help up. Thank you. I know asking this may seem foolish, but comforter, please help me. Help me bring back Ray. Seen the boy, he's too small, he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't understand. It's my fault for telling him that his father went to the nearby city to look for food. That's why he ran off to such a dangerous place. Okay, dann. Wieso hast du mir einfach die Wahrheit gesagt? Nun, wie auch immer, ich bin gleich wieder da. I am right back, guys. Every time he's frightened, he always wants his father to protect him. I shouldn't keep hiding this from him. You mean his father? Yes, he's my son. As his son now. Several days ago he said he was going to ruins to help us look for cans. And then, he never came back. When I tried to look for him, I heard his voice coming from that red liquid. I know what that means. Lost a lot of our people that way. From falling in or getting splashed and corrupted by it. Stopping grieving after a few days. First, many people were drawn to it. Later, everyone understood that even if that voice of a loved one came from it, they should never get close to it. Don't listen to the siren's call. But the child's I pray, he doesn't know. I don't have the heart to tell him that his father is already dead. Covering her face, you only hear muffled cries of grief. After crying a short while, she gradually regains composure. I know our decision must seem ridiculous to us, but please help fulfill my last wish. Or at least let me be free until the very end. I want to die alone here. I have nothing left. Nothing. Don't take Ray away from me too. Tears turn to weeping and angry. I get it. Get what? This is why you brought me here, isn't it? I didn't say anything. You don't have to. That's the scout acting alone. Chief Commander Hans is my commanding officer. I'm free to act as I please until my captain is the second phase of my orders. You know what that just means, don't you? Yes. Siphon is quite endearing, and no wonder my captain thinks so fondly of you. But understand one thing. No one can guarantee what we are doing is right, or that everything will end happily ever after. No one will know how you put everything on the line. No one will thank you. Will I even be court-martialed? Knowing this, do you still want to continue? Yeah, let's go. Hey, you hiding back, dear? Did you catch that? Your commander gave the okay. The Emperor had to tell. He stands there staring at you. Command, you mustn't. Unauthorized actions are equivalent to fleeing the battlefield. You're labeled a defective for going rogue, and in a normal army you could be executed on the spot. Not to mention putting yourself in danger. We don't have much time left. Once the last note is deployed, Babylonian won't wait to begin evacuation. Lee, believe me, if we don't hold on to this, you'll never be able to forgive yourself. You put it that way, you can't save everyone, but at least save those you can touch. Yeah, just take it easy for a day. I've always trusted your judgment. You are our commandant. If you insist, then take us with you. No. You mean this time's different? Oh, you're always surprised me, commandant. You're right. If the Grey just go up and left, we all labeled defectors. But now it's not the time to do things by the book right. The Guerreros aren't afraid of being court-martialed. If there are any criminal charges, we face the repercussions together. That's not it. I need you all to stay here. Yeah, you know what I mean. This isn't for your own good. This is for the good of everyone. Want us to help Montana fall and be ready to respond to any potential threat, correct? Understood. I'm from Lucia and live. To return in one piece, we want to leave without you. Grey Raven will always be as one. Lee walks up to you and pats your shoulder heavily. Takes this with you. Lee has your long black hexagon needle and comms device. Press the top of the to activate the node and disable it and made some minor modifications. You just need to activate it. Take it with you. The comms device has been repaired, but the reception is unstable here. If it exceeds 30 kilometers, you won't be able to maintain a stable connection. Obviously, I hope you don't end up going that far. Deep. Don't look at me like that. That's exactly what you plan on doing. Remember, we won't evacuate until you come back. And you, what's up? Our commandant. Once she cuts off the saying, yeah, I got it. Lee nods. Don't let anything happen to our commandant. Oh, ich bin gespannt, wenn wir endlich als ihm spielen. Reason to fight. Endlich! outline of the refugee camp gradually fades in the distance and the temperature begins to drop rapidly. Unlike the wilderness, a few refugees scattered throughout the camp were enough to dispel the cold from their brief alone, but now the cold winds hold you in its frigid embrace. The heat from your breath condenses into a white fog. The thought of potentially freezing to death is spurs you on as you follow the scout's white figure onward. Once his familiarity with the surrounding terrain allows him to adeptly find the most efficient route for preserving strength by also avoiding the red tide. That being said, the track's still not easy for a human. Why didn't you put on a thermal suit? It's too heavy and hinders movement. Why are you willing to throw your life away someone you just met? You really are something else. Let's stop for some water. I remember the turn up bird. As long as he didn't jump into the red tide, we should be right on him. Thank you. Don't mention it. Stop next to the rock formation and rest. Your intermittent daydreaming hasn't been acting out recently, hasn't it? How could you tell? I used to be in the medical corps. I still got an eye for that sort of stuff. It happens frequently and without warning. The symptoms don't correspond to any disease I recall. What's wrong? Don't worry about it. Alright, if that's the case, I'll stop bugging you about it. Anyway, I already know about your condition. I will let it happen when everything is on the line again. Why did you bring me out here? Did you say all of that on purpose? Not just me, it's for Lee as well? Clever. I'm starting to see why my captain thinks so query so highly. When his expression suddenly turns sharp, his voice no longer carries the same emphatic tone. Correct, I could have easily found this child by myself, constructs move faster without having to drag a human along. But you did anyway, because I was curious. Curious about what caused the red tide and the evolution of the punching virus. Remain quiet. Even though you remain quiet, you can't help but think of the colossal nightmare. Hit a creature known as Polyphagus, the same creature that nearly spelled doom for Gravehaven. This is a monster bred by ascendants, the polyphage. Similar to the rail heterozygous we have encountered before. After preliminary analysis, we've determined that it's also driven by hetero core fragments. However, the situation is fundamentally different from that on Archdelic. Even though all are driven by hetero core fragments, the polyphage is far more complex than the rail heterozygote. It's not a heterozygote, but rather a new type of punching creature that stimulates organisms on Earth through evolution. In other words, it's a hetero creature. Although there is no conclusive evidence, was reasonably suspect that the hetero core fragments within it not only serve as a power source for its own existence, but also triggers the red tide. Otherwise, the timing of the two would be too coincidental. But it's about the battle with the Ascendants. Information on the polyphage has been released, but the fact that they contain heterocore fragments is still top secret. Under peace, I hope that you keep the events of what happened on that day confidential. Of course, be sure to pass on this message to your team word for word. Everyone has been silent about what happened that day. We're scouts, not hard for us to piece together the clues. Long after we received reports of the victory on the front line, the church and red tide suddenly went inert. I beg your pardon? You guessed it. Even if the recent setting of the red tide has become far less turbulent than what it once was. Even at high tide, the punishing concentration is far lower than what it once was. In other words, the red tide has weakened. Very due to causes. Your vision fills with the image of polyphage completely disintegrating among the reading below. It didn't do anything. Looks like you aren't trying to hide something. No matter, your answer won't have any bearing on your conclusion anyway. Even if Babylonia isn't willing to close any information, there's one similarity with our current situation. Und das wäre, based on their pure concentration of punching range, these things are essentially the same as the hetero core in the space station. Is the fragment Aslan the only hetero core fragment that fell from the space station? Alright, never mind, I can't help by the look on your face. The ones in a red has begun to search once more into a tributary. We can't use conventional route and logic to infer something like the red tide. That being said, we can't completely ignore the underlying meaning, can we? Wangshi turned his assess and looked to the west. The intriguing web of tributaries stretched out to the horizon. Looking across these tributaries, what do you think you would see at the end of it? It's time. Babylonia all of its energy on the prism. It's a hetero core with pinpoint precision. Even then, they failed to completely destroy it. What makes them so confident the widespread attack on the surface will finally put an end to this? If weather blights means that the damage output to any single target is drastically reduced. But what if, and I mean what if, the red has a source? Destroying the source of the red won't cause it to disappear, but won't be able to search relentlessly. Then we would just have to figure out an effective method to combat the red tide. We'll eliminate it sooner or later. It's only a matter of time. That's why I need you. Only commands have the authority to deploy a big domain node, right? Your team member, Lee, senses this too. Far more daring than what I imagined. Yeah, that's because we kept talking about something that is written on your student manuals. As the bullet in FOS courage, I'm sure you know it. Exceptions prove the rule. And destroy the battle time. Hoorah! So Kron has heard that saying too. He's indeed a top student, that's why he's required to know everything. Oh, ich mag, wenn lächelt. I like it if it's nice. If you didn't pest him, he wouldn't have made this interesting story. After all, I'm a sniper. A sniper's motto is, reach out and touch someone. I thought you were more indifferent to these things. You're right, I don't care about what you're tangled up in. Whether that be with them or with Chico Manana, those poor people are just caught up in the universe worlds of the past. And why get involved? No reason, really. I know a man who was kind to me, but I couldn't repay him until now. Who? One of his Western players of gaze and all threads across time and space were in that present situation, just an outsider from the Golden Age. That being said, he's far more interesting than someone who drowned in the glory of the Golden Age. Wangshi closes his eyes, and from opening his eyes, all of his emotion has been swept away. Enough about this. There's a solution to everything. Even if it might not be common practice, I just want to use my effort to see if it can solve the crisis. I just want all of this to end quickly, so I can get some proper shut-eye without having to worry about anything. What about you? Why do you want to get involved? I just think that we should never give up hope. Is that so? I see. Well, enough about this. Our top priority now is to find the kid. Okay, interessant. Der Kid should be nearby. Time to wake up and observe the environment. Ah, shit. That time will rise when this sound starts. Don't go in. Find somewhere to land in advance, then keep moving once the sound stops. The strays there should be footprints. Still fairly new, must be from that kid. Ah, hetero creatures. Was war das? Watch out, hetero creatures nearby. Head over there and wait for the tide to fall. Let's go and continue with the operation. Okay, ich werde definitiv wissen, wie der funktioniert, der Charakter. Ah! Come on, ich will's nochmal probieren. Okay, nice. Nice, nice. Ist gut zu wissen, wie der funktioniert so langsam. Okay, ich glaube, den Charakter will ich mir definitiv bauen. Der macht mir mega viel Spaß. The kid must have also stopped here. Probably didn't encounter any cater creature or jumped into the red tide himself. Something's not right. The rise for red tide have no pattern. How did the kid manage to avoid all the danger to get here? Sun has come back, retreat to the higher ground. Red has fallen, continue to search. Okay, der Charakter macht mega viel Spaß mit seiner Sniper und seiner Maschinenpistole. Da vorne. Warte mal, ist er da reingesprungen? The red tide is right ahead. It's unlikely that he jumped in. I can see scratching marks on the ground. Why would he stand here for so long? Did he see anything? Trails are heading back to where they begin. He took a different route though, across the region where the red tide wasn't so prevalent. As if something was guiding him. Whatever, it's not something we can worry. Looks like we don't need to waste our time here. The kid has already gone back. You hear the Will song again. Wangshi's first face turns scream. Want to turn back? Of course not. If it's a river, there must be a source. So before we reach the limit of our crumbs, contact Lee. Whew, looks like you don't have to remind you. You saw where appears in the comms. Lee glanced at you briefly, decisively. Looks like you're okay. Briefly on the situation. Search for the resource, we're retired. Got it. Trust your judgment. I'll tell Lucy and live. I'm not sure how much time I can buy you. Come back ASAP before your protective device reaches this limit. Hey, Strikehawk. What's up? Our commandant. Wangshi comes up. I believe it's listen. Yeah, I got it. Transmission's over. So, let's go. Let's cross this area. Even if we don't know what awaits us there. Ich bin gespannt, wo Selena ist. Oder kommt sie erst in der Hidden Story vor? 50%, das heißt nur 2 Missionen. Voice of Yesterday. Only from that lullaby could they feel the last bit of warmth from their past. Before Ray began to understand the world around him, he had already forgotten his mother's face. From very early on, he was raised by his father and grandma. His grandma has always lived in the shadows of hatred. Shay said the punching reason has taken everything from her. How did it exactly? Ever since he was born into this world, opened his eyes for the first time, he did not know. The world was already like this. But everyone always tells him that the world should not be like this. That machines should not attack humans, that those towering builds used to be our homes. Mankind had spread to every corner of the earth compared to the highest mountain reached the deepest trench. We were just shy of leaving this planet, spraying our footprints across the cosmos. We should not be like rats, subsisting in the dark corners of an apocalyptic world. However, he had never seen that bygone era. All that remains in his hands are the vestiges of the past. Leute, ich bin mal kurz AFK, ich muss noch telefonieren. Like da. Bis gleich und ich hoffe, das Telefonat wird schnell gehen. Okay, I'm back, guys. Now let's continue the story. However, he had never seen that bygone era. All that remains in this sense are the vestiges of the past. Perhaps not even that. Should he be filled with hate? Towards whom? People do not blame landslides or earthquakes, tsunamis, and the cruelty of nature. When something has become a part of this world, it's no different from natural disasters. The punishing virus is no different. So, was sagt, es ist dumm, dass die Menschen sich gegen die Natur auflehnen wollen. Problem ist, der Punishing Virus ist menschlich. Es ist ein menschlicher Fehler. Es ist kein natürlicher Fehler. Es ist kein natürlicher Desaster oder so. Oder Katastrophe. Deswegen, es ist kein Meteorit, der auf die Erde zugekommen ist, der die Erde zerstört hat. Es ist ganz allein ein menschlicher Fehler, den wir versuchen zu korrigieren. So, er liegt ein bisschen falsch, aber gleichzeitig ist er ein bisschen richtig. Ray has only seen this world, so he has naturally accepted all of its cruelty. Deep within his memory, he sees the blurry image of a woman, hugging and humming an unknown song. A lullaby. At least that's what people of the Golden Age called it. The lyrics have been lost to time. All that remains is the melody. It's like a gentle stream of warm and tender feelings. That's the last sound left by his mother. And from that lullaby, they feel the last bit of warmth from their past. Daddy, where are you? I am scared. Daddy, Ray. Oh my god, no, don't fucking go that way. Hearing the familiar voice very house hurries in that direction of the tide. Sound of waves is close at hand, as if within reach, but before the boy can get close to the river, a magnificent loud sound makes Master's father's whispers. Slender female shadow looms above the red tide. He stops in his tracks. Hearing that voice contained within the song, boy bursts into tears. Lee, you're back. Where's the command? Gone. What do you mean gone? Where did the commandant go? I just search for the red tide with the strike hawk. I can let the commandant go alone. If with that, he prefers to leave. Only we stop by leave. That won't be necessary. The commandant isn't alone. The strike hawk is there too. Wangshi? That makes me feel a little better, but it's just the two of them. Lee, can you explain? The commandant wouldn't just leave without a reason. I wanna know why. Who's here? Live the commandant and orders us to wait here. Why aren't the Grey Ravens the team? With the commanding current state, the fact that Grey will always be a team is precisely why we are staying. Which they were confused once too. I'm sure you trust the commandant's intuition. Lucia concerns begins to subside, because there are things that only we can do here. Because everyone else is here. Exactly, if we want the commander, we wouldn't be able to help if disaster strikes. Whether it be gathering everyone together to protect them or buying enough time for the commandant. Are you worried? Are you afraid of being court-martialed with the commandant? No, of course not. I'm just worried about the commandant's safety. But I trust the commandant's judgment. Same here. Let us use this time to do what the commander wants us to do. Chief Commander Hans. You are Grey Raven? Correct. I'm the Grey and Technical Support Consort. If you have any issues, speak with your commander instead of reporting direct to me. The Raven Commander have taught you all the proper chain of command. I know the proper chain of command. By special circumstances, I've left our commander in this post. Suppose, what do you mean? The commander has already left. And when again, the commander has already left to find Triton and Bray. When did the commander leave? Not too long ago. I disabled the function bar of our bid to main good and gave it to the command to be deployed. If I understand correctly, Raven Command blatantly violating my orders on as story of commander's disobedience. I don't think seeking a solution to a current missing violation of your orders, sir. As far as I'm concerned, you only come to tell me that you are going to be court-martialed together. No. Chief Commander, we come here hoping that you will weaken the strike plan in favor of precision strike, wear out the red tie and protect the referee without the regularly relocate him. If you have such plans, I'm all yes, not yet, but I specialize in problem solving. G command, please allow me to transfer the interrupts you. If that's the case, then quit wasting my fucking time. You disappoint me. I was already clear with your command, and I will either leave or die. There's no further option. Your ambition is to evacuate refugees before Babylon activates the Longinus arsenal. Unfortunately, your efforts have yet to yield results. A flurry of footsteps approaches, causing Lee and Hans to turn and look. Lucia and Liv bring the refugees to the feet before Hans. More construct, are you playing games with me, Raven? Chief Commander Echo isn't what the refugees have to say. They've already been loud and clear. Is to leave and want to await death. No, that's not so. They're just sad, angry, helpless, and desperate. Chief Commander, please pardon my audacity, but have you ever been betrayed? As a soldier, I'm sure you have heavily opposed betrayal. No one is mental, it's betrayal. What would you think if your carriers were surrounded on the battlefield and the commander ruled the raising your truth was beneficial to the war effort? Would not call it a betrayal. It sacrificing myself would lead to victory. I gladly die on the battlefield. Sadly, every soldier in Babylon is willing to sacrifice their life for a distant victory. That is how we are educated. That's why we understand this is what we want to do as soldiers. But what about civilians? Not everyone can or must understand the meaning of a distant victory. Nor will they be willing to sacrifice their will to achieve it. Did we not stand here to protect the free will of the people? In the situation I just described, if your troops are protecting a group of people and the commander orders them to be abandoned, what would you do? Would you abandon them and allow the enemy to kill the civilians you were protecting? Or would you order your troops to fight to the death? Soldiers must protect civilians. However, if they can fight to protect them and choose not to, that is betrayal. You're trying to strawman me. To work after disaster relief emergency assistance act should only apply to civilians of the poor government. In doing so, you zero grasp of my comrades, do you not? Chief Commander, take a look. These are the people under your protection. Their parents, spouses, children, and siblings. They've done nothing wrong. But they've been met with disaster. They've only one small wish, which is to protect their home until the very end. The commander went to find the shelter of sympathy for the child's crying grandmother. She can be saved just by reaching out with a helping hand. Enough, give it a rest. You've already wasted enough of my time as this. This isn't the first time I've been in this situation. I've been as countless people doing a great evocation beyond my saving. At that time, the horizon was painted red by countless who perished. When the chance of survival was up, loss of war komplex, yet simple. Das sagt wahrscheinlich nur jemand, der wirklich nur kalt geworden ist über den Loch eines Krieges. Würde mich nicht wundern, wenn es solche Leute auch im Zweiten Weltkrieg gab. Aber gleichzeitig, er hat recht, leider. Leider. Problem ist, er kennt nicht die Perspektive von jemandem, der ein Zivilist ist und einfach stirbt, grundlos in so einem Krieg. The loss of war comes to sim effectively quantified into the additional subtraction of effective strength. The first part, to have the effective strength reduced to 0, we declared the loser. We can think about things, but war will not. Now will the partial ours. In our war against the virus, the only thing we can do is try our best to preserve our effective strength. Some people call us hypocrites, but only those who survive are qualified to criticize. As to hypocrisy, you see someone crying for the children in front of you, but if you don't stomp the red tide from entering the open stream, it's more will cry for their children. Are you capable of protecting each and every one of them? They have the ability to save everyone every time you encounter difficult choice. This is the first thing you have faced such a, isn't it? This won't be less, I guarantee you that. Despite being barricaded as by the constructs guiding hands, they've remained persistent. This is cruelty. Chief Commander Hans, please consider not for glory or for faith. His meaning is death are unreasonable and avoidable. Chief Commander, we are solved. We stand on this line in order to protect our comrades. Whether that be the people of Babylon or the people of our, we are comrades. We shouldn't turn our weapons on those we should be protecting. Chief Commander, did you hear what I said? Did you say something? We received a transmission from Team 07. They had deployed their bit domain code. They have deployed our node. Drive to really is still some distance away from us. You can guarantee that the red time won't flood the area from the Babylon's next optional cycle. Now is the optimal time for activating the node. Do you want to authenticate and activate the bit domain nodes now? G Commander? Now just before he could finish talking, his cry interruption. Ray, right behind the dunes of Earth and I think for was towards the camp. One of the worst grass were for after seeing the boy's face, she laughs and kneels down the sand and hugs him tightly. Knowing that the boy shows signs of corrupt and liver us forward and tracks the same to the boy, while his arm then quietly steps aside. The boy feels the stinging on his face before he can even process what has happened. Sorry, Grandma, I was so scared. I wanted to find Daddy. Where are you, Daddy? I found him. One just takes the image there, I'm being frightened. Really? Where did you find him? But so what? Now that is over, there's no need to correct or share the boy's dream. Yeah, he was in that red water. He had Daddy. What did he say? He said, take care and live a long life. Und his eyes open widely. Moment, der Vater war noch. Hat noch geatmet? Oder wie zur Hölle war das so? She instantly recalls the memory long ago. For all the tragedies, the newborn child rests in her arms, the pressure but so full of hope. She kisses her baby on the forehead and says the same thing to him. It all seems like just yesterday. Oh, es ist Hikari. Turns to face the concept of the calibration team. With resentment and no hatred, she had exhausted all her emotion. Her voice was hoarse and crying like a monster of beer that had lost her cup. Staying off to the side, Liv instantly understood a reproach in her eyes for uttering a word. Why didn't you come sooner? At a moment, Liv gets shy with an overwhelming sense of guilt and empathy. Why didn't we come sooner? If he just came here earlier, just a little bit earlier. Only I had come sooner, if only I was a bit stronger. If only could bear some of their agony, would have been able to prevent this from happening. But how much earlier? A few days, weeks, year before the Arcadia evacuation, or before the ensuing collapse and chaos of society? No one has answered to this question. No one can answer this question. Because it is impossible to answer. Whale song. A few hours ago, Babylonia Command, who shall I connect you to, Commander Hans? Me to President Hazard. I have status prepared. Transferring comms. What is it, Hans? You have found a number of refugees in the attack zone. Understood. Anything else? Shall we proceed according to the plan? What do you suggest? The answers to calibration, the unsealing and rub, but according to visual stimulus, the retire is breaking faster than expected. These will have to adjust their node position according to expand the blast area. You can only rely on handheld devices for surviving mapping, which significantly delays the time in which we can execute the plan. Considering the time required to change orbit for Babylon to charge the arsenal, combined with the return nearby and the mobility speed of the troops, it will take at least 10 hours to ensure that all nodes are deployed. By that time, the red tie will inevitably spread to an area less than 10 kilometers away from the refugee camp. To be on the safe side, and I don't suggest relocating the nodes, otherwise I can't guarantee that the attack will completely cover the red tide. If you should an emergency evacuation to the refugees, but I'm willing to vacate the area. How do you wish to proceed? Our world government has been relocated to space with the Aegon-class Babylonia. The people on the surface are still our comrades. We are all citizens of the world government. Citizens must fulfill their basic obligation, including cooperating with the army in emergency asylum. According to the instructions of Article 21 of the World Government Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, if civilians are formed by executing a mission, they must be notified and evacuated to safety. Unfortunately, it appears that they are unwilling to evacuate. According to the instruction of Article 22 of the... Oh my god, I hate bureaucracy! Of the World Government Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, blah blah blah. If the civilian system remain within the boundaries of an operation, military force authorized forcefully removes the order of civilians. We know quite well, I've committed all of the rules and regulations to memory, even if they are no longer applicable in this area. Please allow me to evacuate these refugees on the pretense of successfully deploying the main nodes, with or without force. Request granted, evacuate the civilians by any means necessary. But remember, Babylon will initiate the attack once the deployment has been authenticated. Regardless if the evacuation is a success or not, with only one chance, this is for all of humanity. Understood. Any other issues? No sir, report complete, Mr. President. Wait, what is it, Mr. President? And to experience a great evacuation firsthand, you are one of the most experienced soldiers in active service. You should know why I trust you to be the commander of this operation. instead of handing over to the tasks of the younger generation. For example, the up-and-coming Grey Raven Commander and Mr. President. My duty is to base all soldiers don't need to speculate on any factors other than their mission. Is that really how you feel, Mans? So it's not only a member of the army but also a member of humanity. Young soldiers tend to forget the former due to the latter. Only after refining themselves a lengthy military career will they steal their judgment. So you have tasked me with this mission because of the necessary experience. You trust my judgment. Only that. Judgment tells you responsibility. Oh god, my fucking voice hurts. My throat. In passing judgment, you must be the full weight of its consequences. Night is too heavy for the dawn of a new era. I don't doubt their fearlessness in the fight against the covered by, but they have yet awakened to a higher calling. Yes, I understand. The responsibility of our generation should not fall on the next generation. Your atrocities committed by our generation should not be repaid by future generations. Hans, I know courage I ask of you, but the blood of the youth have not been good over many long years. Just is the same as their passion. I won't want to lose this passion so early, so I must play the judge and use the executioner. As you wish, Mr. President. I accepted my point and I was ready for the worst. The current situation is within my expectations. Although I didn't think I would have a chance to return to the service ever again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Such gratitude is unnecessary. Humanity may have emotions, but the universe does not. Babylonia is the scale of that balances the past and the future of Babylonia, of humanity. The fulcrum between the two is the steel wire hanging over the abyss. We are people who walked on the steel wire. Hans, I'm sure you know what to do. I know what to do. Almost time? Yes, Chief Commander. Almost ready. Do we want to authenticate and activate the bit domain nodes now? Wait, Chief Commander? As the orders to verify the domain nodes are functioning properly. After the second verification, it safely activates the nodes that request Warrior to launch the attack. Roger. After waiting for who knows how long, you have lost all feeling in your legs. First, you will still maintain contact with Lee. After crossing a certain node, even your comms are now completely cut off. There's out stretches in a monotonous and dreary expanse towards the horizon. The wave song begins again, causing the red tide to continue expanding. Your consciousness floats along with the serene melody. What else have we discussed? Let me see. Alright, have you heard what whales sound like? I don't know why, she's crazy about them. Wait, was? I do think there are still whales on Earth. I read about them in books. Apparently they are the largest mammal on Earth. How big of a pool would you need to accommodate such a beautiful creation? What do you think, Hunter Piece? How big of a pool would you need? I mean, it would need an ocean. That's what I said. A creature that big would only fit in the ocean. The ocean? You mean the blue stuff on the model? Yep, exactly. Water on Earth is blue. Why is the water in Babylonian colors? What turned it into such a beautiful color in the surface? Liegt glaube ich wegen der Sonne. Why is the water in Babylonian colors? What turned it into such a beautiful color on the surface? Alakari repeats the question posed by an unknown friend. Instant you feel transfer across time space is a shock to the great girl in the depths of time. Because there is enough water. No, it absorbs low frequency light. It affects high frequency light. That's why it's blue. That's quite a rational answer. If she had, I'm sure she would be disappointed. Luckily, that's not what I said. Oh, good, so good. I don't know why, but it's not important. Right, enough about that. Back to whales. If that's the case, where are the parts of the ocean? Your voice must be far-reaching, long-lasting, since the ocean is so vast. Must be lonely not getting a response. You know something waving in front of your eyes. Zonat again, why don't you bring his hand back? Sorry. Where we are for quite some time. Was thinking about something that happened a long time ago. You hear the wave song again. Listen to where to spread like smile modes, soft which is unknown. Wangshi? What do you think of the sound? You think it sounds like a voice in which these calls it the siren's call. Siren's call? Doggins left from the gold and said the sirens were monsters that lived in the oceans who lured sailors with songs. Sailors would become entranced by the songs, crash their ships into the reefs. Yep, that's quite a good description. It's not difficult to understand why garnered such a negative reputation. After all, the sound and the red tide coincide with death. But it's bound to the red tide, so we can always rely on the sound to predict the rise and fall of the red tide. Ironically, it is so much wandering sound that puts people in the trance, but rather it seems to be a reminder of the approaching red tide. I think we could follow the sound onto the source, doesn't seem like a problem. But got any ideas? I just have a hunch. Maybe it's a cry for help. Science call is actually a cry for help. You and our meinem, can we? Sure would get along, huh? Speaking of which, suspect rid of this voice, forget it, it's nothing. Ich glaube, kennt sie. Perhaps you follow the song on for quite some time. The web of tributaries becomes more densely woven. The yellow sand has now turned black and grey. Ethereal creatures on the shore of the red tide are weaving through the sand and stone and soil. Rustling sound is like the footsteps of death. Once lethargy was now in full restraint, leaving only seriousness and solemnity. The sound is getting closer and closer. And would ring out his words, his speeches become rapid, besides, as if worried about some unknown entity. Are you receiving any alerts from your protective equipment? What about you? I am was in the set, but I suppose it should be fine for now. Now I can run on the south to judge the rise and fall of the red tide to avoid it. If we see it any further, we may have no other choice but to get up close and pursue with those things. Fishing concentration is one thing, I would just head to a creature and one another thing entirely. Are you sure you will want to continue? Before I made it this far. Good point. You hear the sound again. A whale must be lonely. If it doesn't get a response, this was the only thing going through my mind. Hard to imagine, huh? You think whales got lonely? Why? Are you thinking about that too? I didn't think the Grey Raven commander was so romantic. I said the same thing. Do you think whales get lonely? I think they really get lonely. And she sang me a song. She has always been like this. Once she has inspiration, she will practice it immediately. Save the recording. Wanna hear it? Here's someone singing an Echo Aria. It's the most beautiful sound you have ever heard. When the tone ebbs and flows as it rises higher, suddenly a vast ocean seems to appear before your very eyes. Female voice doesn't fully enunciate the sound for real, but conveys the same expression in the melody. A lonely blue whale, swinging its tail thin and crushing in the sea, it sings again and again. The song echoes throughout the ocean depths, but there is no response. The singing stopped, but the song had no ending, because the lonely whale never found its hurt. It looks like the song isn't finished. You're right, she said she hadn't thought of an ending yet, because she hasn't seen the ocean with her own eyes. The word is the second half of the song when she sees the real ocean. That's what she said, at least. Yeah, she died. Maybe. Someone pats your shoulder forcefully. Turn to your senses and look around. Oh, that looks like an area for woofing waves. Interesting. You turn to your senses and look around. Only then you realize that you have entered a hostile area. You start springing for some reason. I thought you were going to jump into the red tide. What the hell is... The sound interrupts Wangshi. And before you hear the sound named by, both of you turn to look towards the sound. Where is this? Yeah, the sun is buzzing in the air, but the whirlwind of sand suddenly stops. Under grey clouds, the sanguine red tides merge into a lake. Here the tides turn cool, reflecting like a giant mirror. Or more accurately, it's like the calm before the storm. I didn't think we'd actually find it. Wangshi mutters to himself. In the middle of the tide stands a humanoid monster resembling a skeleton. Several steel forks of condensing punching wires nailed to the end of the lake. If it were not for the soundscape, it would seem as the crucified Son of God. What is that? The question seems to roast the monster in the middle of the red tide. It struggles to raise its head and release a dense but serene song. This was the silence call that you had been hearing. And suddenly turns its head and looks this way. The red tide seems to suddenly take on life as it gradually inundates the surrounding land. I think we need to get out of here. Like right the fuck now. Oh no. Let's go. Punishing rise is forming in spy. Is that a new hetero creature? Red tide is rising. Where's my little star? We better finish this off soon. Take that! Snipe! One shot! Bullseye! Fuck. What the? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let's go. Time to fight. Punishing rise from its body. Let's go. Oh, okay. Let's go. Damn it! Texas. Damn it. Okay, ich tue viel zu viel dodgen, merke ich gerade. Dieser Boss ist definitiv nicht einfach. Okay, letzter Versuch. Das Design von dem Boss sieht definitiv cool aus. Let's go. Gott, das ist teilweise wie ein Dark Souls Boss. What the fuck? Let's go. I have no plan to end it here. Okay, seine Delays sind ein bisschen nervig, muss ich ehrlich gesagt zugeben. Ah, fuck! Damn it! Das ist echt ein schwerer Boss, muss ich sagen. Oh mein Gott, nervt mich. Du tust jetzt nicht nochmal aufstehen. Oh no, 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 no. You don't fucking do that. Was wird denn das? Hä? Was wird das uns fertiges? Phase 2? Oh no. Wollt ihr mich verarschen? Das Ding hat eine zweite Phase. Oh mein Gott! Check this. Oh, what the fuck? Shit. Was ist das? Dark Souls doch. Au. What the fuck? Nimm das. Oh, das war dumm. Nimm das! Nochmal das ganze Schuss! Hey, was wird das? Was wird das? Heilige. Au. Verdammt nochmal! Stirb doch endlich! Das war's. For fuck's sake, ist das nervig. Oh! Don't fuck with me. Alter, das gibt's doch nicht. Dieser Boss ist echt nicht echt schwer. Oh, fuck doch mal! Na endlich! Oh mein Gott! Fall, burn, crash, rip, merge, my body does still exist? That I do not know. I feel as though I'm just a tapestry torn into individual strands. Strands ripped out and tied to the strands of others, soft cotton, coarse linen, sharp glass, sturdy, cold barbed wire. These barbs and blades, sharp, like scalpels. I have wept and cried out in agony, yet nothing has freed me from this eternal despair. Only weave the painted fibers of my being. Echoes of desperation, incessant thoughts, deep love, whether love, regret, anger, fear, or hatred, a myriad of beings, all are woven into my fibers. Someone, anyone, deliver me away from it all. Anyone, please, please, hurry, kill me. Wait, what? That doesn't sound good. Selena. Siren. Caught off guard, a white striker is lifted by the ominous black monster, but right then his last move hits the monster's chest that is emitting faint blue light. Only the crisp cracking can be heard as the hetero creature's chest splinters. Pieces of black heteropolymer slide down like shards of glass. Buried within the hetero creature, a broken figure emerges from within. It was a strange yet familiar figure. Where had you seen her before? At this time, one truly lingered, eyes wide as they stared at the hetero creature in the middle of the lake. It was her all along. Constantly when missing from the space. This is what the extenders did to her. What a disgrace. She's the construct that went missing. You can almost have fire while looking through the Scars team database. So I took a note of it. I think back that next time I would see her would be here of all places. Mission is to scout this together, integrate it, and report intel. Prior to the last battle against the extended H-Map of the scouting, I knew all of the intel and by heart. We all know that the extended by the name of Gabriel took a construct from Babylonia. But I saw for what purpose or necessity this served, that has already remained a mystery. A mystery is solved. There's a heterocore fragment here. Suffering heavy blow, the hetero crease remains in by the shore of the red tide as punching her sky in the air appears to red, prepares to here's its body. Is it all over? A monster like this won't go down without a fight. I'll buy you some time, get out of here. Pick up note. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you playing on doing with the domain node? Alteration complete, node activated, looking around you barely make it to high ground and avoid being corrupted by the punishing virus. So everywhere you stand, a red tide illuminates the surrounding area and the premise hetero creatures occupy the area up ahead. You cannot find any secure place to clear the node up until Babylonia receives the signal. Give it to me. Hurry up, hurry back, and I drag you into this mess. If you can't even make it back, not like I can get very far without you. My bad. Not to mention all of the hetero creatures. You are as good as dead without the protection of the construct. But damn it, why have to go kick the hornet's nest after relying on the service? You are much better though. Always throwing your life away for complete strangers. A hetero creature in the middle of the lake seems to realize the crisis at hand. It roars and strides, the monster drags its body towards you in preparation for another attack. There's no time to avoid it. Face the potential your body rushes with adrenaline. The face of the people you have met along the way flash before your eyes. All the questions that could not be answered, it was be answered at this moment. For example, what do you think of that blue planet? We have nothing left. Okay, ich werde es nicht fünfmal vorlesen. I won't repeat that again. One day we reunite with our cameras on the surface. When that time comes, we will share in the marvelous things we have seen rejoice in song. Nothing is more romantic, is it not? Selena. Yeah, nothing is more romantic. A voice on the bottom of your heart crosses time and space to answer the young girl's question. So before we show all the marvelous things we have seen and rejoiced in song, it will be disgraceful to end with such hatred and tragedy. So you must at least protect it and hold until the very end. Brace this idea and hold the long black needle tightly in your arms. Close eyes. You just hear the sound of a frame being crushed. Opening your eyes, you want to protecting your weight, creature pierces his right arm, causing foundation of vital fluid to spill from the wound, and dry constructs aren't that weak. If you are injured, your team and my cat will hold me accountable. But enough of that for now. A strong sense of fear happens causes your legs to go weak. As in the days you catch a glimpse broken heart like that of a broken figure buried within the monster's chest. Her eyes empty as when you first saw her. The exposed chest shines within the characteristic bright as faint blue light shimmers beneath it. The other creature's chest is within reach. There's the remains which you could only catch a glimpse of before are now in full view. When you see her face you might become clouded with confusion. Could she still be alive like this? Is she dreaming? Why else would she show such a look of pain? Why is she still striding in front of you? Now it's not the time for such nonsense. But her train of thought begins to spiral out of control. Ich werde sie vorlesen. I won't want to read that. That's a little bit earlier, an older chapter. Selena. Jetzt to the screen as Blade is still stuck in Monty's shoulder. Monty holds the dome firmly, giving the monster no chance to retract. Right in the moment you react before you have time to process it. Push forward holding the domain core. Note, you manage to finally collect your scattered fragments of your memory. Met her on the space station. She's my best friend. Her name is Selena. Selena. Voice of Iron in your memory suddenly synchronizes with yours. Bring out the name called Satyr, will create a stop in this track. It lands sad and fall and cry. Go in the center if its stress moves faintly. Light's eyes return to focus. At the same time, the punching ray seems to repair the hetero creature at a diminishing rate. Except when you understand the solemn bass on steel, once that bind her by the last various of the girl within the hetero creature. Voice model was already completely destroyed whenever she moves, but she is unable to produce any sound. So he struggles to stretch out her speaker tent from within the hetero creature. However, there are no need for words. The moment your eyes meet, you sense each other's true intention. All that's left for each of you is to complete the final mission. Graven, come in. Graven, do you call? You've got to assess the situation here. Sounds like Mr. Stark has finally stopped acting all intolerant. What's all the panic? Your commandant? Commandant? What song is the commandant? Relax, the commandant is finally practiced critical for. Still, we have enough serum. Before I get a little far out of hand, we don't have time to get So right now, Commander Hans just activates the last bit of domain and Babylon is approaching an orbit to begin an attack. To me, we are evacuating with our command. Don't worry, we just escape from this Lion's Den. Do you run into trouble? Much she remains silent for a moment, then continues. I'm not sure, but I think it was the source of the red tide. It makes you think that the normal high punishing concentration it had. Strong desire for self-preservation and the behavior of the surrounding hetero creature. It was like a hive similar to the head on Earth. It's difficult to describe words and choose my reading statics for you now. Do you see it? Is this a hetero creature? Imagine frowns. Is exactly what you said. Are you still collecting combat data? I'm a sniper. A sniper is the person responsible for observing the battlefield and collecting data. So what did you do? Don't tell me you found the source and just ran away. It wasn't me, it was your commandant. You stabbed the bit domain node into it right at the last second. Command did that? Babylonia established the coordinate system is heading over us to prepare for the orbital strike. But now that the 4th bit domain node has been activated, there's still hope for redemption. If you catch my drift, lean on the and what's the situation with you and the commandant? Well, for me, there are problems everywhere, but my mind is still stable and corruption is below the threshold. Just need to take a load off. Now's not the time for that. Keep that in mind. Sheesh, I was just joking. I'm not laughing. Once you bring the commandant back safely, then you can crack joke. Got it. Are you still able to escort the commandant? I'm more than capable of protecting you, human. Understood, I prepare the cab. Pay your friend when you get back. Also, thank you for protecting your commandant. You should thank your commandant for the data you are looking at right now. Your commandant is deaf in order to acquire data that's satisfactory for both sides. The chief commander can be persuaded to inform Babylon to launch a precision stack. All of our programs will be solved. It is your mission. Don't let the command efforts go to waste. Understood. If it's urgent, I need you to run calculation generated model. Chief Commander Hans. But it's this time, Graven. One is what we just. Oh, we receive our routine in less than half an hour. We just received news that our commander is returning to camp. Care about any news from that fugitive. Tell your commander not to do anything stupid. We had 100 feet there's time to make it back through the flank and evacuate in time. Our commander knows what to do, which is why we are here again. Commander encountered a massive hetero creature during the preparation. The Starco construct collected a large amount of relish with Daryl during the battle. Based on the data live from our team modeled the illusion of the red tide. Go on. Lee activates the terminal and projects the diagram for us to see. This is a grey map of the punishing rays, compiled by the Swaghawk while exploring the source of the red tide. As you can see, the punishing concentration of the ray is along with the depth. The area is at its peak. Lee points to the last period sent by which wangshi. It's a lake composed of sanguine red tide located in the center of the hologram. With a measure of almost black hetero creature. After just a glance sense not, I see, turn it off. Not in place Richard Atomo. Also, this is the floor of the red tide. The coral cluster is situated in the center of the floor map. Here, the red tide increases flow output, spreads just like a heart, pumping blood throughout the entire body. Finally, this is a statistical model on the behavior pattern of a hetero creature in the core region. We established that the red tide spreads when the hetero creature makes the noise. Get to the point. The red tide has a source, and this hetero creature is the cover of spraying the red tide. By eliminating it, we can finally put an end to the red tide and solve all of our problems. The commander looked the most logical course of action by jamming the last bit of domain node into the hetero creature. Babylonia will be over its suit and apply for a revision to the attack plan. Thereby focusing the Logonus arsenal on the bit domain node deployed by the commandant. Makes you think this will put a stop to the red tide. Lisa lowers his voice. I'm not sure, but Chief Commander, you have higher authority. You should be aware of the CTO's speculation regarding red tide's origin. It's a vestige of the hetero core. According to records of our operation against the hetero core on the space station, it is impossible to destroy such an entity with wide-scale strike. What we present to you is the only object, the facts and data. A wide-scale strike was never an insurance plan to start with. Combine various factors such as atmospheric thickness, scattering rate, Babylonia's firepower, and punishing various activity. The Longinus arsenal may impresses, but we can ensure that it will be a success. The blast will be dispersed over too great of an area, thereby reducing the strength of the laser's power. But if you launch a precision strike, it's like stabbing a needle directly into the enemy's heart to stop it from beating. After that, all we have to do is deal with the body. As you said before, Chief Commander Hans, now is not the time to hesitate. Time is of the essence. Please make a decision, Chief Commander Hans. Hans turns set. Connect me to Babylonia. Connect execute and test me to President Hassan. Transfer complete, Commander Hans. also going to underground and change the plans. The Graham Command where Pentagon discovered a long tactical creature similar to the one we call in the ruins of City 075. The data we received from the command indicates that the nature of the creature is similar to that of a polyphage. Judging from the blowing punching energy, this hetero creature is likely to be the source of the red tide. The Grey Command implanted the last bit domain into the hetero creature, applied to change from a wide-scale attack to a precision strike to focus all our attack power on the hetero creature, thereby assuring the elimination of the red tide. First can respond voice interruption. Hence you have usurped authority as chief commander. Only is in charge of moving the battle plan, not you. Once management confines you are only responsible for your execution. Understood, commander. Science conscience knew that a wide-scale attack is our best option. We can guarantee that it will completely eliminate any red tide, but that's the strategy. Mr. President, Science Council didn't have our current data formulating this plan. I think it's time to make a reasonable contingency plan based on the new data. The battlefield is unpredictable. It remains the best judgment based on our current situation. You don't have any artillery motors? Don't split the data. I have Asimov analyze it now. Put me through to Asimov. Transfer complete, Mr. President. Asimov, this is the data sent by the troops on the front line. What do you think? Appears on the comlink half sleeve. I screened into the data for some time. He suddenly perks up. Interesting. Very interesting. Looks like the 4th-bit domain node is key to all of this. I think so. The troops on the front line have requests to switch from a wide-scale attack to a precision strike on the 4th-bit domain code. On a case-by-case basis, the job is reasonable based on the models that transmitted back. First base that had to core fragmented polyphage was the origin of the red tide. I couldn't understand why the red tide couldn't continue to spread after the polyphage disappeared. Turns out it found a new source of power. This data sure is interesting. Afterwards, it's not time to indulge in research. Pardon me, Mr. President. Is it feasible to change the plan on such short notice? Objectively speaking, little is known about the red tide. Whether we launch a wide-scale attack or precision strike, it's a gamble either way. We just came to a conclusion that a wide-scale attack was our safest course of action. And gamble, you say? Understood. Think it over. One wrong and say release straight into the abyss. Not for you, but the whole world. Since it's a gamble either way, I don't mind choosing the more humane option. Maybe for the Chief Commander Hans. Hans? Yes, Mr. President? Request granted. However, my PS over have we launched precision cycle for long units answer on the bed domain node deployed by the Grey Ravens once we have found calibrating the coordinates. I lay the orders to all of the construct under my command immediately. I'm finished, Hans. After the first day, we wait for 20 minutes to observe the effect. If it is in fact in the stem of the red tide, we will launch the second attack. However, this time it will wipe out the array indiscriminately with a wide-scale attack. During the second attack will consume 90% of 90 of Babylonia's energy supply, compromising Babylonia's anti-air defenses. And what this means. But I think it's worth it. As you said before, the people on the surface are our comrades. Only need to rely to after battle plan, but also issue a retreat. Lead your collaboration team to safety. Understood. Junge, war das viel Dialog. And Eternity in an Hour. Requiem. Okay, ich brauch was zu trinken. Ich brauch was Scheiße zu trinken. So, ich habe was zu trinken. The blue planet known as Earth is said to be the cradle of mankind. But in reality, she never regards the planet as a home. After all, she has been living among the clouds and stars since her birth. Parents who were once residents of Earth never shied away from sharing stories with her about the former glories of mankind. She said it was an era of human ignorance. Oh ja, sehr ähnlich wie unsere Ära gerade. It was an era of human courage. It was an era when mankind was full of longing for all the beauty of the universe. I could not understand the true meaning of these words, but I could feel the sincerity hidden deep within their hearts. Pride, sentiment, and lingering pain, like a somber needle stabbing at her heart. She inevitably began to yearn for the blue planet. All who lay eyes on the blue planet cannot help become enchanted by its beauty. Even by quietly viewing from afar through the observation theater in Babylonia, the softest nerve in your heart will be affected by it. Storms described in stories do not exist in Babylonia, only on the blue planet. Rainbows described in stories do not exist in Babylonia, only on the blue planet. Why did the humanity wish to free themselves from the shackles of gravity so urgently? They had such doubts. Flowers are a rare sight in Babylonia. Precious resources are not allowed to be wasted on flora, solely for the purpose of viewing. Such fantastical things can only exist in photo albums and stories. If possible, she wants to see a sunrise with her own eyes. She wants to see stars spread across the night sky with her own eyes. She wants to see rainfall form a river with her own eyes. Ich denke, das ist Selena, die das denkt. Oder Ayla. She wants to see snowflakes cover the ground in a blanket of white with her own eyes. A changing of seasons, in the waxing and waning of the moon, the thunder, and spring, and the thunder and spring, and the rusting pines in winter. Fields of various grains, grassy hillsides where sheep frolic, verdant fields waving in the wind, banks where golden flowers grow, flocks of goldfinches, lush vineyards, barren seashores. If what is portrayed in stories really exist, she really wanted to see it with her own eyes. But how long has it been? She could not remember. It first seemed like an only brief or also felt like an eternity. Selena, pain that keeps pressing her heart, stops suddenly, hearing this name called out. The moment she opens her eyes, she recalls what had happened. The original promise was now a nightmare. What she wants to protect has become the source of sin. But she only wanted to inherit the legacy of her companions. Why has she ended up here? She knows within her heart what to do now. Bracing the black needle left by the familiar strange woman, she thrust it into her power source. Let everything end here. Looking up, she seems to catch a glimpse of skylight. At that moment, all her misery fades away. Is this what looking up at the sky from the surface of Earth feels like? So beautiful that people forget fear, pain, and hatred. Death in the brilliance, it feels like everything's gradually evaporating away. For everything disappears, the pool left by the golden and the sun appears in her the chaotic and collapsing mind. To see a world in a grain of sand, heaven in white flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. It remains there quietly on the dry, scorched earth. Many of the scattered red tides comes to water like maggots. Half the red tide once again attached to her remains of song have strength, preparation to consider remains into the monster from before. One foot was as onto the red tide. The deadly red tide is like a puddle beneath her foot. She stops, lowers her eyes, and looks down at the broken remains. There is observing a small flower pouring from within a crack in the rock. If the light words are scattered by the wind. As she had received some response, she leans. Understands her hand towards the blue light on the chest of the remains. As this figured body trembles violently. Had a creature bound to Selena seems to receive instructions, standing in a savage posture of growing ferocity. Stony tones and the searching red gleam with plentiful and flowing gradually fading from Selena's body. Sie lebt! She raised her finger as if to brush aside as messy hair around the ears of the reborn girl. However, she does not touch her. They even up until she finally retracts her hand. Her greenish fragment turns to powder in her hands. She leaves without looking back. Sie lebt! Cradle of immortality. She only wants to tell you all the miracles she saw along the journey. The sun probes from the eastern horizon. The morning glow pierces the darkness, fades into black upon reaching this far. With the bonnie divides the sky. The distant east shines with the first rays of morning, warm and bright. Yet the sky above remains cloaked in darkness, cold and deep. This is a race towards the rising sun. Under the guidance of the strike hawk, you will flee the deep and distant darkness you set over the bright and warm horizon. Blue skies as sun appears to beam. You fly more dazzling than the sun, like a meteor plummeting at your back. For in your head, you hear wangshi. Don't look back. Keep going. Don't look back. Continue onward. Cross that boundary and do not look back. Happy the heat to cringe out the broken figure with him. Leave them both behind. It seems that as long as you do not think about it, their sense will not overwhelm you. On the way back, the desert is still and life is without waves and red tide is now a stacking pool. And everything that went into this pace becomes increasingly burdensome. Wonder haze, you see three familiar figures standing on a familiar hill in the distance. You can speak Lucia rushes forward and hugs you tightly. Commandant, feel her trembling. Don't ever do that again. No matter what, don't ever go at it alone. This ordeal should have filled you with joy, but now there's only grief. You want to see Lee and you live standing suddenly to the side. Only Lucia is her. You're holding you tightly. When should interact alone, you never seem to consider their feelings. Yes, they should be capable of understanding your intentions at going to deeply understand one thing. You should not risk your life as long as they are around. Lucia feel awful. Junior comes to her sense and reads you. Lucia checks the commander's vital signs. Yes, the command looks unharmed. Steady before saying he seems to understand everything. He pats you on the shoulder. Tired. Get some rest. We talk about the report later. Compile the report on the specific matters of the grave realm where visions doing this inspiration. I submitted to Babylon when the time comes. Rather than the final outcome, it's an typical fact that we take 12 out in regard to the instructions of XQ. Looks like this time we will be tied up a military court for a while. Got it. Are you not concerned the slightest? Is it because you've got a big heart, or are you really that fearless? Fear it, now such time. All that matters is you made it back safe and sound. There's more thing related to the refugees. Your boss isn't fought before continuing slowly. Most of them have still chosen to stay. However, some have decided to leave. Seeing that aren't that many people that parade, the facilities will surface, even if the conversation area and the surface is incomplete. Probably will soon dispatch transport craft to really relocate them. What about the others? Honestly, this environment has already become inhospitable for humans. You know, the red tide has stopped spreading and remain punishing wars has blocked the access to nearby cities. They won't be able to hold out much longer here. And if they choose to stay, all we can do is to respect their decision. So all of this was for nothing. If consequentialism is the deciding factor, then most of the action in the world are meaningless. Not everything can be judged basically solely on the number of survivors written in that report. He's right. I don't think what you did was meaningless at all. Commander, you stood up for their hopes and dreams. The fact you fought until the last minute is precisely where both sides were able to come to a mutual understanding. Mutual understanding? Closing your eyes, you might feel the image of the broken figure's almost carefree smile after taking over as a bit the main note. You fought still in disarray, you are unable to conjure up a response to the three people before you. Couldn't help but look to the scout who, like yourself, knows what really happened. After numbering emergency maintenance, Munchie is now quietly laying on the haystack with his eyes closed as he basks in the sunbeam. He appears to be fast asleep. When you do not know whether to think about if Council actually knows sleep or to call him over. After some kind of consideration, decide not to rush over and wake him. Hank for such rich terrain and shot despite his rampant. Rise of the strikers on Earth, nothing will affect the eternal migration of stars. This planet has always been like this, equally cruel, equally compassionate. It seldom rains in the desert, but when it does, the sky is as clear and transparent as a mirror. Moist dust cannot be lifted by the hot roaring wind yet. At this moment, everyone stops to appreciate the beauty of the stillness. Hans, dressed in his starched pressed military uniform, stands quietly aside the camp. The surrounding scenery is based by a brilliant, transparent silence. Now, standing here, he can finally overlook the distant, sparkling coastline. He hears the rustling of footsteps from behind. Hans does not look back. The open walks up to Hans and gazes off in the distance with him. Why didn't you retreat? Hans closes his eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen a sunrise. After a few moments, Hans realizes that he has not been on the surface in nearly 10 years. Like a soul without human except for the atmosphere and gravity, drifting low Earth orbit. All the children probably only have forgotten about the Golden Age, like where they came from, and how their culture was born. They opened their eyes among the stars. For them, Earth is no different from the moon. We tell them that Earth is our home, but we can't tell them why. Soon everything will become a fragment of history. If I had to choose, I wouldn't leave. But as a soldier, he had no choice. Those who will survive must continue the dreams of the dead. Only the living can see tomorrow. Only the living can exact revenge. Only the living can have hope. No matter how painful, no matter how unwilling, even if he has to destroy what he truly wants, he must leave. Should we not feel guilty? I think not. The burden of guilt nearly crushes him beneath its weight. Will also become a chain that binds him to the battlefield, forcing him to continue facing all hell before him. Until he dies, he will fight his way. No matter how disgraced or despised by others, he will fight until his heart stops and shatters to pieces. Only he himself knows that he is not the unyielding pine others saw him as. Rather, he is just a tombstone that refuses to topple. Should he crumble, the glory of the old Golden Age engraved on him will become dust on the long river of time, never to return. When the starched and pressed from leaves, not only the old man remains standing, gazing up in the distant sea. At this age, can he still feel sorrow? In trance, he seemed to hear the sounds of waves. Must be his imagination. In this distance, even the ocean breeze would be unable to carry the sound this far. Only this little sound from his memory. Snowy takes a seat on the ground. On the blue sky, several black spots suddenly appear. Those must be the transport craft sent by Barbara to pick them up. The open glances back at the camp. Some people had come out of their homes, mostly young children. The last boy is leaning against his grandmother, waving at the old man. Old man turns to wave back. Grow up big and strong, he says almost inaudibly. Life is full of all kinds of farewells. People I come to know left his world one by one. Regardless of those he loved and hated, they are already gone. This was just another farewell. He cannot leave this land. Many others cannot leave either. Some people will be born to their hometown all their lives. So those who are about to leave and those who choose to stay, a goodbye to each other. But there are no sadness in their faces, because watching young birds leave the nest is not something to grieve over. He's right. She had a very long nightmare. Her body was torn apart, broken down, and then put together again. Forming such a fragment body, shining in the endless darkness until she forgot what she even looked like. As in the haste, someone persuaded her to give up. If she were to give up, she would no longer continue to suffer. If she were to give up, she would not have to continue to face hell. Wasn't anything left unfinished? She could not remember. It was as if she had already faded from existence. Not that, no, that cannot be. A strain in mind, with trying to work this strange business out. At a convenient moment, which will be soon, I explain everything and all these strange occurrences will become clear. A name passed through her mind, or she could not recall the exact name. She moved it from the bottom of her heart. A beam of light pierced the eternal light. The darkness was like a curtain, teeing from where the light shined and slowly opened from both sides. Suddenly her senses return. Slowly props up her body from the burn, and she lifts her head and opens her eyes. Sun hangs in the vast blue sky. It's no longer the fiery ball of light and space. It incinerates everything. Honestly makes it bless all life on earth equally. It's so gentle. The people forgot all their sadness. Here she sees sunlight for the first time, breathes her first gust of wind, stands out onto earth for the first time. Who is she? Why is she here? Nothing matters anymore. Johnny wants to tell you all the miracles she saw on the journey. Selena. Sie ist endlich da. Finally. You're back. Welcome home. It's the lost field. Wait! This is Wangshi in Bosnia. Oh yeah, after when Kami accidentally discovered a slightly worn metal can in Wangshi's storage, my Wangshi of his destined past. Oh mein Gott, das ist wieder meine Nachbarin. Ich muss ein bisschen leiser reden, Leute. Wangshi, why did you put such a strange taste in kein in your maintenance capsule? You hate it? Not even Kamo could choke that down. You'd smell it a mile away. I thought your recovery room had been raided by mustard gas. Kami's noise voice projected from the direction of Wangshi's recovery room. Through the open door of the recovery room, Wangshi sees the cans that he put in the cabinet. Kami occasionally he discovered a slightly swollen metal can in Wangshi's storage, reminding Wangshi of his distant past. Okay, wartet mal, Leute, ich will eine Sache jetzt herausfinden. Leute, wir lesen die Story. Ich tue die Story mal alleine durchlesen, dann später. Was ist das? Ich habe keine Ahnung, warum wir den Typen bekämpfen, aber wir machen das hier schnell fertig. Bye bye. Is that all you have got? Una not to bloody humans.
そうにないね。
Was jetzt das letzte? War das jetzt die letzte Mission? Nee. Sorry, Leute. Aber meine Nachbarin tut die ganze Zeit oben nerven und ich ehrlich zu sein, ich tue das gerne später in Ruhe lesen, dann nach dem Stream. Aber interessant, dass sie den ganzen Chapter für seine Vergangenheit genommen haben. Oh mein Gott, wie lang geht es? Let's go.
解決しないといけないね。今回は眠るつもりはないよ。
Was ist ist das für ein Boss?
もう寝る時間だよ。これだけです。もう寝る時間だよ。了解。出撃だ。進み続ける者が勝つ。私の後ろに。この結果はいかがでしょうか。急遽片付けないといけないようだね。人の眠りを邪魔するやつを。俺は負けねえ。激殺する。
Let's go.
目を閉じて安らかに眠れ。もう寝る時間だよ。了解。出撃だ。激殺する。目を閉じて安らかに眠れ。激殺の時間。これだけです。激殺。
Nochmal das Ganze.
目を
Schuss.
閉じて安らかに眠れ。了解。出撃だ。進み続ける者が勝つ。全力を出しましょう。この結果はいかがでしょうか。約束通り勝利しました。
Wer ist das? Wer zur Hölle war das? Oh, morgen können wir die neue Story spielen. Nice. Okay, das ist gut zu wissen. Aber trotzdem, richtig coole Story. Das Einzige, was ich wahrscheinlich alleine noch machen werde, ist die Story von ihm. Ist schade darum, dass ich es alleine machen werde. Hey, ist halt so. Ich will noch einmal den Boss probieren. Let's go. Shit. Hab ich dich. Ich bin ausgewichen? What the fuck? Nochmal. Shit. Okay, komm schon. Scheiße! Hab ich dich. Hör auf, Selenas Lied zu spielen. Let's go.
目を閉じて安らかに眠れ。もう寝る時間だよ。今回は激殺する。目を閉じて安らかに眠れ。どうやらいい睡眠だったそうだね。激殺の時間だ。もう寝る時間だよ。目を閉じて安らかに眠れ。
Scheiße.
早めに
Oh mein Gott.
そうないね。どうやら
Es ist doch ein absoluter Witz. Okay, vergiss, was ich sagte. Wir machen das nicht mehr. Das ist mir zu blöde. Machen wir keinen morgen nochmal. Aber der Boss macht echt Spaß. Shokashi.
オーバーキルを始めましょう。アリアの時間です。オーバーキルを始め、私がコーダを定めてあげましょう。義務のように強制されるものではありません。オーバーキュアを始めましょう。このレクイエムは戦場に消えてしまった全ての命に捧げるものです。
わかりました。
僕を選んだの。
Sorry, dass ich gerade nicht so viel rede, aber ich habe wie gesagt keinen Bock, meine Nachbarin wieder aus dem Bett zu scheuchen und dass sie mich dann wieder ankreidet.
私は指揮官の翼です。指示をお願いします。この程度じゃ。先人のカラスバ、この一撃で。
ご命令。
退きなさい。退きなさい。この程度じゃ。この一撃で。この一撃で先人のカラス。
Na, wollen
私の
wir?
刃になってください。先人のカラスバ、退きなさい。この一撃で。この一撃で。カラス、私の刃になってください。これが最後の戦いだといいです。指揮官。 私は指揮官の翼です。指示をお願いします。この一撃で
ごめん。
私もいけない。この一撃でカラスは私の刃になってください。退きなさい。先人のカラスバ。先人のカラスバ。カラスは私の刃になってください。
Das ging schnell.
これが最後の戦いだといいですね。指揮官。もう休んでください、指揮官。
Was ist das denn? On sale in 4 days. Great, danke dafür. Ich will ein bisschen was, damit ich mir ein bisschen was zu meinem Grind sparen kann. Natürlich ein paar Sachen zerlegen. Ich glaube, von ihr brauche ich noch einiges. Ich glaube, das wäre jetzt ein bisschen zu riskant. Ich kann eins davon mal zerlegen. Ich glaube, wir haben genug Öl, um das Set fertig zu machen. Das sieht wunderschön aus. Für die beiden brauche ich nicht, ich will Luna. Gibt es denn keine Memory, die ich richtig oft habe? Doch, so wie es aussieht, habe ich eine. Oh, wait, das ist genau die ich glaube ich noch brauche. Vergiss, was ich sagte. Was war das gerade in meinem Ohr? Das sieht aus wie die Memory, die ich nicht brauchen werde. Eine kann ich davon zumindest zerlegen. Den Rest kann ich mehr grinden. Kann man das Selena Set noch nicht kaufen? For free? Ne, so wie es aussieht, kann man sie noch nicht kaufen. Schade drum. Gut, das reicht erstmal. Ich habe eh kein Geld mehr. Okay. Soll ich jetzt noch ein paar Cogs farmen oder soll ich weiter grinden, bis ich alle Teile habe von dem Set? Ich glaube, es wäre vielleicht besser, wenn wir einfach alle Teile grinden. Sehr schön. So, 3, 4, 5. Gut, das hätten wir auch erledigt. Ich würde sagen, wir tun einfach weiter grinden. Let's go. Falls Memory Rescue irgendwie kommt, dann habe ich halt nicht dran gedacht. Whatever. Das hier werde ich später mir einfach mal durchlesen. Ich mag die Story von Punch Garave, aber manchmal, wenn man alles durchliest, dauert es echt doppelt so lange, als dass du es alleine machst. Aber ich habe nichts dagegen, ich habe Spaß dran. Probieren wir mal ein bisschen Selena weiter aus. Ich glaube, ich mache eh wieder zu wenig Schaden, aber was soll's.
私がこのオペラの指揮をわかりました。アダージュ、アンダー、演奏開始。オーバーチュアを始めましょう。オーバーチュアを始めましょう。オーバーチュアを始めましょう。慈悲は義務のように強制されるものではありません。慈悲は義務のように強制され、私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。
Die Moves, die Animationen sind wunderschön.私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。Ich glaube, das schaffe ich nicht alleine mit ihr.私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。慈悲は義務のようにアリアの時間です。アリアの時間です。Ah, das ist schwer, mit dem Low-Level Construct durchzukommen.
りません。私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。今すぐ嵐を止めない。
Na, was soll's. Scheiß drauf, machen wir das mit Lucia. Es geht schneller.
僕を選んだのは正しい判断です。
Whatever. Ja, wir sind sehr gut vorangekommen. Wir haben... Jetzt brauchen wir nur noch einen Teil vom Set und dann können wir uns ans Grinden hinsetzen. Je nachdem. Oh gut, ich bin zufrieden. Ich mag Selenas Moveset, wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin. Und ich finde, ihre Animationen sind wunderschön. Also da haben sie sich echt wieder mir Mühe gegeben, aber hey, das ist üblich mit dem Punishing Raven-Entwickler. Oder beim Kuro Games haben sie einen sehr guten Charakter gemacht. Ich werde sie mal ausprobieren in Training. Trial Zone. Oh, ich kann den Skin ausprobieren. Das ist auch nice. Kriege ich was dafür? Ja, kriege ich. Kann man den neuen Boss testen? Ne, kann man nicht. Natürlich nicht. Ich dachte es mir schon. Das heißt, du kannst den Boss nur testen in der Story. Das ist super. Recommended Level 52. Ja, okay, whatever. Testen wir sie noch einmal, dann ab ins Bett. Morgen gibt's auch noch einen kleinen Stream. God vs. Senkola as a triad would... Okay, interesting. Wollen wir das mal gleich testen. Ich will mir ihre Emotionen genauer anschauen. Ja, das sieht wunderschön aus. Interesting. Es sieht mega wunderschön aus. Sie tut ihre... Sieht sehr wunderschön aus. Wunderschön. Die Pirouette, dass sie am Ende macht. Wirklich wunderschöne Animation. Und das ist das Ende. Okay, probieren wir mal ihre Angriffe. Interesting. Ah, das hat einen Debuff jetzt. Interesting. Okay, jetzt hat sie einen Buff. Interesting. Also sie macht so ein bisschen mehr Schaden, muss ich sagen. Es ist mega interessant, wie sie funktioniert. Okay, du kannst auch einen Buff auf sie machen und auf den Gegner. ist mega interessant.
私がコーダを捧げてあげま
Wie
しょう
sind die Animationen? Interesting. Okay. Also so im Großen und Ganzen bin ich echt zufrieden mit diesem Charakter. Wie sieht's mit ihrer eigenen Animation aus? Die haben wir ja, glaube ich, schon mehrmals gesehen, oder? Ja, die müssten wir eigentlich mehrmals gesehen haben. Ja, das war die hier. Verbeugung. Das ist ein mega guter Charakter. Also wirklich geiles Design. Das normale Design gefällt mir, aber der Skin sieht noch mal einiges besser aus. Und das ist kein Spezialskin, muss ich ehrlich gesagt auch noch zugeben. Ich freue mich drauf, ehrlich. Ich freue mich schon auf den Norman-Stream, den wir dann zusammen machen. Leute, aber ja, ich glaube, das war's für heute. Für heute war's es definitiv. Nun Leute, ich danke euch, dass ihr dabei wart bis zum Ende. Ich bin Heart of Peace und wir sehen uns morgen früh in einem anderen Story-Stream.